guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers, it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. As we close out a weekend, here comes a Monday. So we'll turn the page on the calendar, get ready to do it all over again. Hope you had a good weekend. Yes, the stage is set for Super Bowl, and I don't even know what number is it. We'll just say Super Bowl. And yes, Tom Brady will be back at it, looking for another championship ring. Tom Brady, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will face off against Kansas City. Kansas City pretty much dominated Buffalo, hands down, as pretty much anticipated. So we've got the full breakdown as far as what's going on. It's now down to 2. One big game left to determine who's going to be the champs for the 2020 season. Meanwhile, we got quite a bit going on. Lots happening on the weather front as we get a brand new week underway here. I'll start things off with areas of showers, heavy rains, even some thunderstorm activity taking place in parts of the country. This is going to be the first in a series of storms that's emerging into the central portions of the country, and it's looking like it's going to be a pretty disruptive week for a large swath of the eastern USA, with not only heavy rains, but icing scenarios, enough to cause some problems with trees and power lines. Snow, of course, slickening up the roadways. A broad area of winter weather advisories as we get the brand new week underway. And in the middle of that broad area is a pretty decent swath of winter storm warnings. Just how much accumulation we'll be talking about, we'll break that all down for you. Let me start with the rains. As far to the east tonight, in the southeastern portions of the country, northwestern portions of Alabama, you're in some pretty heavy rain. On over into northeastern Mississippi. A lot of shower activity back into central and northeastern portions of Arkansas. There's a little break in the action here and there. Torrential rains falling over southwestern portions of Missouri. The heaviest rains to the northwest of Springfield. The southeastern corner of Kansas in some pretty heavy rains. Northeastern portions of Oklahoma. You've got some shower activity scattered about back into Oklahoma City. Then another much broader area. Heavy rains, torrential rains in the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region. Heavy rains to the east of Amarillo, extending down into just to the east of Lubbock, Texas. Some more showers to the east of Abilene. Then you're looking at a bit of an icy scenario. Some of the mixed precipitation as the cold air is trying to catch up with the moisture there. And that's over the northernmost Texas Panhandle into parts of the Oklahoma Panhandle region. Now, as I flip the page over to the winter weather advisories, that Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region, you are under winter weather advisories. Now, you've got to get up into central and northern portions of Kansas, on up into the northeast corner of that state, about the south central and eastern third of Nebraska. You're going to see some of the heavier snow accumulations. Heavy snows will pile up over northernmost reaches of Missouri, about the southern half of Iowa under winter storm warnings, and the northern third of Illinois. From there, then you've got a broader area further to the south where they're talking winter weather advisories, stretching from the southwestern portions of lower Michigan through the heart of Indiana, to include the Indianapolis metro area, central portions of Illinois, on down into central and southern Ohio, including southwestern Ohio, just the northernmost reaches of Kentucky, maybe picking up some of that mixed precipitation. Those winter weather advisories for that region kick in at like 7 a.m. Eastern time for your Monday morning and continue till about 1 o'clock Monday afternoon. In those areas, they're anticipating starting off kind of like we did Sunday. We had a little bit of snow, picked up maybe a quarter to a half inch, kind of transitioned over to some sleet and freezing rain, and eventually making the change over to plain old rain. So it's almost like we're going to have a back-to-back punch for some regions with that mixed precip. But after a lighter snow and a little bit of ice created some slippery travel across the northern plains and the Midwest over the past weekend, this next larger storm is taking shape a little further south. We're going to be looking at a pretty healthy dose of winter weather all the way through the mid-Atlantic coast. Rain broke out across the southern plains this past afternoon and evening. The storm starts to take shape. Thunderstorms breaking out through the overnight hours, and some of these, as I was just describing, some of the heavy rain, some of these could pack a punch, at least the threat for some locally severe storms, believe it or not, in the latter portions of January. As all that precip shifts north and east, it's going to make its way up to some of that colder air. There will be a narrow zone of ice taking shape overnight into Monday. First thing Monday morning, places along the I-70 corridor, stretching from, say, Columbus, Ohio, to Indianapolis, to Kansas City, may all be dealing with icy spots, especially on your bridges and overpasses that could become especially slick for the early morning commuters. Now, luckily, most of these areas will change to just plain old rain. Most areas from the Ohio Valley westward to the Central Plains will see an icy mix during the overnight hours into Monday morning. Again, changing over to plain rain during the day Monday as some milder air begins to arrive. Yeah, however, just to the north of those areas, that milder air may never make it in. And that mix of snow, sleet, and freezing rain will likely prevail throughout the storm. Places like Akron, Ohio, Fort Wayne, Indiana, Peoria, Illinois, you're in that zone. Yeah, you may need to be on alert for a prolonged icy mix with some snow and sleet accumulating as well as the freezing rain. Just a little further north, a swath of heavy snow develops, and that's going to lead to travel disruptions across the plains in the Midwest. Snow develops on the northwest side of the storm as we progress through the overnight hours tonight. We're not seeing much of that just yet on the radar. I'm thinking between now and the time we officially wrap things up for our Monday morning, a lot's going to be changing on the weather map. Both the zones of icy and heavy snow will be a relatively narrow swath. A subtle shift in the track of the storm could cause those who see the most significant impacts shifting as well. Confidence growing that there's going to be parts of the Midwest that could reach literally a foot of fresh snow. Yep, Chicago. You could be a location caught on the crosshairs for some of that heaviest snow. Forecasters are telling us 4 to 8 inches is expected for Chicago right now. It wouldn't take much of a shift in the storm to bring more to that area. While this winter storm leaves its mark on the Midwest and begins to wind down by Monday night, at that point, it's just getting started along the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast later on Monday. A similar story for the central Appalachians on eastward as the milder air kind of battles the colder air in places across that region. There's going to be a zone of ice along the boundary of that clash of the warm, mild versus the cold air. More snow further to the north. The major metropolitan areas along the I-95 corridor, in this case, from Washington, D.C. to New York City, you're all going to be in the crosshairs with this event Monday night into Tuesday, so say 24 hours from now. Precip gradually spreads further south to north through the mid-Atlantic Monday afternoon into Tuesday. It looks like the Monday evening commute may be at risk for being a real mess around Baltimore and Washington, D.C. Travel Tuesday morning all the way from New York City to Washington, D.C. may be quite difficult. A bit further south, the wintry precip primarily takes the form of sleet and freezing rain. So very little snow in places like Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Wilmington, Delaware. Again, depending on the exact track of the storm. These places may also only briefly see an icy mix, then quickly change over to plain, a very cold rain. Further north, it begins as some snow, changing to that mix of perhaps some freezing rain. New York City, you might be far enough north where enough cold air remains in place to stay primarily just snowfall there. If the storm tracks a little further north, it may just pull in enough milder air up in the atmosphere to cause that change to sleet and maybe a little freezing rain, that really messy stuff. Further inland, precip arrives Monday afternoon. The same south to north trend. An icy mix of sleet and freezing rain prevails in the Appalachians of northern Virginia into West Virginia and southern Pennsylvania. Further north, storm arrives initially as snow Monday night before some areas change over to that mix of sleet and freezing rain. Looks like the heaviest snow totals expected to remain further west. In the Midwest, there could still be a pocket where we see maybe 6 inches of snow in the Northeast as well, most likely in the mountains of northern Pennsylvania. How about the ice accumulations? All right, significant accumulations likely in part of the Appalachians as well. This is where you're going to see that thick glaze of ice. They're telling us possibly up to a ½ inch of ice in parts of the mountains from south central Pennsylvania through the Shenandoah Valley in western Virginia. Now, as we've always mentioned, ice accumulations, most of the trees and power lines can handle maybe up to, say, 1/4 of an inch. That's when things start getting ugly. When you get in excess of a quarter of an inch, that leads to significant ice storms. So enough added extra weight to snap tree limbs and power lines. So residents in those areas need to be prepared, obviously, for treacherous travel, but the possibility of power outages. While parts of the Appalachians will see the worst travel conditions Monday night and Tuesday, all over the Northeast, travel will at least be slowed down as this storm rolls through. Along the I-95, as mentioned before, other major thoroughfares like I-90, 81, 80, 76, and I-70 could see some pretty significant disruptions for a period of time. Airport hubs are also going to see probably some widespread delays, if not outright cancellations. Forecasters also warn after this storm moves out later Tuesday, the focus could then turn to a potentially even larger storm for many of the same areas later on this week. So as I mentioned at the onset, it's turning into a very busy weather pattern. It's been a relatively mild winter for much of the country, as we all too well know, which is fine with me. I say with each passing day, we're one step closer to spring. Can't get here soon enough as far as I'm concerned, but at least for the latter week, 2 weeks of January, maybe into February. Yeah, most often it is late January and much of February and into early March where we see some of the most significant snow events as we're into the heart of Old Man Winter. That pattern officially begins to unfold as we speak. Now, we will look coming up in a bit further to the west where there are also winter storm warnings in place deep into the south, in the southwest. Winter storm warnings all the way to the Arizona-Mexico border, believe it or not. In southeastern portions of that state, winter storm warnings stretching from about the New Mexico-Arizona line and through central Arizona into northwestern portions of that state, southwestern Utah, southeastern Nevada. Again, in the easternmost reaches of California, just how much snow's going to be piling up. We'll pass that on. Higher elevations through the heart of the Sierra Nevada in California. There's a large swath there where the snow's going to be piling up. Avalanche advisories are in place and hard freeze watches for those areas. A very busy weather map as we head into a Monday. Meanwhile, don't want to leave out, we've got some fog as well. I know in our area a couple of hours ago, it was so thick you could cut it with a knife. At least for the moment, the fog is not nearly as thick, but you're going to run into some fog issues. We have advisories through much of Kentucky, southernmost portions of Indiana, southern Illinois, on down to western Tennessee. Now, there are dense fog advisories, especially for northern Mississippi and western portions of Tennessee, the adjoining counties over in northeastern Arkansas. We're seeing some of the densest fog in that region of the country. Some of our travelers' weather. A service of our friends at OOIDA, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, fighting for the rights of the men and women behind the wheel. Get your membership started today simply by dialing toll-free. It's 800-444-5791. Bringing us our industry headlines. Well, we look at lawmakers have routinely labeled you, the truck drivers, as heroes for the past year as the whole COVID-19 pandemic has unfolded, and OOIDA's providing them with some ideas of how they could maybe thank truck drivers for ensuring that our grocery store shelves are stocked, the hospitals have the supplies they need. In a letter sent this past Friday to the House Ways and Means and Senate Finance Committees, OIDA asked for a 1-year suspension of the heavy vehicle use tax and to bring back the per diem deduction in any future COVID relief bill. Specific assistance to truck drivers has to be part of any future COVID relief package, says OOIDA. Congress should provide targeted and immediate financial relief through a one-year suspension of that heavy vehicle use tax to assist the owner-operators and small business carriers, and enact a permanent reinstatement of the ability of employee drivers to deduct their daily expenses for meals while they're out there on the road. That was one negative ramification of the tax law changes under the Trump administration that left many company drivers not real happy with the tax changes, because in many cases they ended up with multi-$1,000 tax bills versus the way things used to work with the per diem. Now, while some trucking operations have been able to qualify for pandemic assistance through the Paycheck Protection Program, far too many have been ineligible because of the program's structure. So suspending the heavy vehicle use tax would bypass the complications of this program, and it would be a simple way to make sure that small business truckers get some relief. This tax is required for vehicles operating at more than 55,000 pounds. A typical fee for Class A trucks would be $550. For small business truckers, a suspension of the HVUT would give immediate relief and help offset some of the unexpected challenges that they've been experiencing out there. Whether it's a significant decrease in business due to some of these government-mandated lockdowns, increased delays due to supply chain disruptions, or increased cost for the personal protective equipment. To make sure the relief targets small business truckers, OOIDA suggested having Congress limit a motor carrier or tax filer to suspending the heavy vehicle use tax to companies with less than 20 trucks, so 19 vehicles or less. Now, while company drivers are not subject to the heavy vehicle use tax, they pointed out Congress can help them by restoring your ability to deduct your meal expenses incurred while you're on the road. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act back in 2017 eliminated company drivers' ability to deduct 80% of up to $66 in daily expenses for meals while out there on the road. In a 2019 article that was entitled Blindsided, Landline reported examples of employee truck drivers who were surprised to learn they owed thousands of dollars on their 2018 taxes. Congress included a 100% deduction for business meal expenses in their end-of-the-year COVID relief bill, but employee drivers are not eligible to take this deduction. So instead, this business meal tax break will be available to executives who've been able to work from home through the worst of this pandemic. Furthermore, these business meals would not be possible without truck drivers who keep the supply chain moving. The very least Congress can do right now is help truckers who are still out on the road and away from their families by restoring the ability of employee drivers to deduct meal expenses. Back in December, OOIDA blasted Congress for forgetting about truck drivers in that $900 billion pandemic relief package. Now they're asking lawmakers to do more for truckers, just to say thank you. While truck drivers certainly appreciate the thanks that Congress and the public have heaped on them for their work, that doesn't keep their business alive or put food on their table. Congress has a real opportunity to demonstrate their support and their commitment for the hard-working truckers in any upcoming COVID relief bill if they would just embrace our recommendations. With the amount of pork and pet projects that have been stuffed into so many of these previous COVID relief bills, as we've discussed heavily, money going to millions and millions of dollars going to other countries to research some of the stupidest things that have absolutely nothing to do with COVID release. And we had the one representative last week that I guess had a chance to preview this latest proposal from the Biden administration, this $1.9 trillion package, to which he said about 1/3 of that is actually going to COVID, while 2/3 are going to things like a $15 an hour minimum wage that would have virtually nothing to do with COVID relief. So there's some of your industry headlines. As we get underway on a Monday around the country, our number is 844-844-3388. 844-844-3388. So you can jump on board as we get things underway. Just a couple of heads up. Tomorrow night, by this point in the show, we're going to be joined with our friends from Stellar Electronics. And we're going to be actually giving away later this week. We're trying to come up with exactly how we're going to do the giveaway. We had thought a couple of different ideas, and some of them aren't really feasible to work out. But yeah, suffice it to say, each week, I guess, for the next several weeks, we're going to be giving away there. And he'll be explaining exactly what these headsets are all about. You're hearing Stellar Electronics and what they call the Pluto, the Duo. And I did share a link on my Facebook page that kind of gives you a good description, a video interpretation of what it's all about. But yeah, so later this week, we'll be pulling a winner. Tomorrow night, we'll explain to you exactly how we'll get that done. And Kyle suggested, how about a second place, like a runner-up prize? Now, they're putting together a Hot Shot Secret bundle of products, which would be a $175 value. That's runner-up prize. What they're calling the Big Rig Duo bundles, which would include two 64-ounce bottles of Stick Shit Eliminator, two 64-ounce bottles of Diesel Extreme. Again, $175 value. So that's two chances to win some great prizes from our supporters. And make sure you subscribe, of course, to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive page on YouTube, because we're trying to get that number up to 1,000. We're gradually inching our way closer. I think we're over the 600 mark now, but click on over. I think the confusion factor has been for many that are right now with the options of only catching via the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page or the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page. I've had somebody say, well, I'm watching you. It says, I'm on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Well, that's not the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube page, where currently you can only catch the podcasts. And we're trying to get to where we can share with you the live stream while we're on between midnight and 5 a.m. in the Eastern time zone. So I'm expecting we'll probably be hearing from our old pal Knucklebuster at some time this morning. If he's out there, I'm not sure. A lot of drivers get home for the weekends. Some are back out on the road Sunday night into Monday morning. Others don't go back out until Monday night into Tuesday morning. But I'm sure he's going to be happy to say Tom Brady, along with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, magic on the road, which now has them headed home to the Super Bowl. The first team to play in a Super Bowl actually on their home field. How's that work out? Now, Brady owns 6 Super Bowl rings with New England, now heads to his 10th NFL championship game with the new team. A stifling pass rush and a curious late call on 4th and goal by the Packers. Brady and the Bucs beat the top-seeded Green Bay 31-26, taking the NFC title game this past day. And I'll admit, I pretty much slept through that one, so it sounds like it must have been a pretty good game. It's great to get another chance, another road win. Now we get a home game, says Brady. Yeah, Tom went 20 of 36, 280 yards, 3 touchdowns this past day. Yeah, who'd ever thought a home Super Bowl for us? But we did it. Buccaneers, now with a 14-5 record, earned their franchise record 8th consecutive road victory to reach the Super Bowl for the first time since 2002. Helped by a strange decision by the Packers coach with just over 2 minutes remaining, and they were down by 8 points on a 4th and goal, he elected to kick a field goal to get within 5. Well, Tampa Bay then ran out the clock on the Packers. Bucs will now face off with Kansas City at Tampa's Raymond James Stadium. Super Bowl, of course, coming up on February the 7th. There you go. And Kansas City pretty handily defeating the Buffalo Bills this past evening. Bills fans, hey, they got that close. Got to be proud of the season that Buffalo was able to run up. Rolling up on 29 past the hour. So there you go. We're kind of up to speed as we get underway on a Monday. And boy, lots to share as we get the new week started. Where to begin? Boy, I don't even know. Well, over a 5-hour period, we'll try to get to as much of it as we possibly can. The latest on what's happening with the COVID. For 4 years, the previous administration, Donald Trump, tried to warn leadership and the people in this country that the biggest concern on the global field isn't Russia in this day and age, like it was back during the Cold War era. He had warned and warned China. China is the one you're really going to have to be concerned with. Some of the latest developments, and I warned, I said this is guaranteed to happen as soon as Joe Biden is sworn in as president, 46th president of the United States. China is going to test the new administration. And it appears that is exactly what they're doing right out of the box. And never fear, Kim Jong-un in North Korea, the Ayatollah in Iran, that they're all going to be testing the resolve of the new administration. They had a rock solid understanding of how Donald Trump would react on the world stage, not likely to take any BS, which we saw. So they kind of kept a low profile. That's looking to change with the new administration. We'll give you the latest details on that as well. And we'll get to your just ahead. If you want to jump on board, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, back in a moment.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here on a Monday. Oh, by the way, don't forget, aside from the prizes will be given away later this week, don't forget, the listeners to the Overnight Drive, anytime you want to place an order, go to hotshotsecret.com, put in the code Overnight Drive. That gets you 10% off your order. And military, first responders, and CDL holders, you can get an additional 10% off every order as well. So take advantage of that. All right, what do you say? Let's get to our calls here. And yes, he typically likes to be first out of the box. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Morning.
So
Morning, Your Honor.
Morning. How was your weekend?
Weekend was good.
Good.
A little short, but aren't they all?
I concur.
I'm gonna try and move my microphone a little bit. And let me know how it sounds there, because I was listening back on a couple of the previous shows, and this guy comes on named Horse Feathers, and he's way over modulated. So I don't know if I can move my microphone away a little bit or what I need to do, but I'm trying to figure out what to do to not be so loud over top of you.
Well, it sounds pretty good to me.
All right, we'll go with that then tonight. So what? You go and join the other side, you lefty socialist, you?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
What am I talking about? I see who you hired for your weekend gig.
Isn't that great?
I don't know. How do you do that? I want to know how you insert pictures of pictures on pictures like that.
I don't know who actually did it.
That.
First person that shared it with me was Demon. I don't know if he did it or someone else put that together, but I laughed my ass off when I saw that. Bernie Sanders sitting in the Hot Shot Secret studio with his mittens on. He's become the latest viral. Remember last year it was the cat. The cat was the meme for everywhere you turned. Bernie now sitting on sitting in their driveway, sitting in their front yard, anywhere and everywhere.
Yeah, I listened to a show on the radio during the daytime there out of Alaska. He's all over Alaska too, man. He's up there in the oil fields, and he's everywhere at this point. But yeah, I tell you what, that I see who you want for your weekend host. We know how you just go jump ship. Go ahead, jump ship. Go ahead. You know, the Trump train pulls out, and you jump on the Biden ship. You know, I heard the Biden ship is that sailing on that new Titanic? There is that going to be a complete, exact replication? So when they sail out of England, that there's going to be an exact replica bird that's going to come down south. Is that how that's going to work? When it comes out, or
well, now see, nowadays they've got all the modern technology. My understanding it is, for the most part, it is an exact replica, size and shape, whatnot, of the original Titanic. But they've got all the modern technology, the radar and weather station ability and all that, so they can avoid impacting a damn iceberg.
All right, I didn't know if they were going to sail on the same, make sure the same dates were in coordination and have everything all to life from the previous trip.
Right.
But anyways, I don't know. Where was I going to go with anything tonight? I don't even know. Sunday nights into Monday are hard. I should do more show prep before I get on the air. I know. Anyways, I do want to say that, finally left me enough clues. He's kind of like been Where's Waldo for me, and throughout what he's talked to you on the show, and I finally found the YouTube channel, and through some clues on that, I actually figured out how to email him. So I got an email into Cue Ball the other day. So
all right,
we'll see how that all develops. But sounds like he has a pretty good time out there. He's got an old '84 cab over Pete named well, and between the two of them, I don't know who's funnier. So, but yeah. So, anyways, I don't know. What do we got for trucking? We got anything for trucking? I guess the bad weather that you were just talking about is supposed to be out here for us on the Mid-Atlantic there, as you were saying, this Monday afternoon, Monday evening, Monday night, and the way our weather are talking that probably Baltimore and North are going to see the season precipitation at some point there after the rush hour, and at the end of the rush hour maybe, or something like that, going into evening, and then changing to snow by into the darkness, and not sure about what after that. But as you get down closer to DC and all that, I don't think there's going to be any precipitation at the DC area and down south, just rain. And I don't know, this time of year, I'd rather just have plain snow, rain and this time of year just isn't any fun. You're out there and just
the freezing rain, rain and the sleet, that's the one you don't want. That makes a mess in a hurry.
So anyways, that's about where we're at. Waiting for our operations people to show up here on the propane loading rack, and I've already walked all the way around with my Zippo lighter there, because now you're a smoker. What do you do to start them sticks up there that you have? Do you use a Zippo or a Bic, or do you just rub two sticks together?
2 sticks works fine.
All right. So, but I've always been told these Zippo lighters they're supposed to be windproof, right? You're supposed to be able to use them out in the wind and they don't blow out.
Yeah, that's what they say. I don't know. Some work better than others, I'll be honest.
So I always figured if I found a leak with my Zippo lighter there, it wouldn't blow out, right? Is that the way it's supposed to work?
Right.
If I find a leak with a propane tank?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyways, so we had in Baltimore, they had a gas explosion there a while back, and they came out with a determination of it there that there was a large quantity of gas buildup that was in the basement that was ignited by somebody turning on a stove. And that was a total explanation after 5 months of investigation.
Wow.
They never said where the gas leak came from, because all they said was that it was ignited by the stove being turned on. So I don't know but there was 2 fatalities with that, and leveled 4 houses like any other gas explosion would. And it's not something to mess with. I mean, if you have any issues, you smell anything that even remotely smells like it, get out. If you got time on the way out, leave a window or door open and call for help. Don't try to start investigating things yourself. And
right, exactly.
Leave it to us professionals with our Zippo lighters to go find where the problem is.
We'll pinpoint it.
But anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about what we got going for you. Oh no, I know what I want to do. You were looking for a way to figure out how to give stuff away. And I was scrolling through the YouTube stuff, and I don't know how can I beg any more for you? I want to beg more for you. I'm gonna do it, Your Honor. I'm down on my knees. I'm begging for you. You have 686 subscribers right now on your YouTube Steve Sommers Overnight Drive page. 686. Now I scroll through the Hot Shot Secret page, and I see 2.4, 2.8, 2.7, and all the way back to your show on January 11th is 4-point-something thousand views. When you're on here viewing, go over to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive page. And again, I'm down on my knees. Go over to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive page
On YouTube.
And click on subscribe
Correct.
on YouTube.
Yes.
And click the subscribe there. But so anyways, for your giveaways, you have people take a screenshot of where they subscribed. And you can choose whether you want to do all three, the Facebook and the 2 YouTubes, or if you want to just do the Steve Sommers YouTube. But have them take a screenshot of their phone or their iPad or their Android device with your page saying subscribed, email it to you. In the subject, say subscribed, and then you guys randomly pick out of the emails you get that say subscribed in the subject line that have a picture and do your giveaway that way, So I know that's not fair to all the listeners out there, but right now everybody's got to listen on a smart device, some sort of electronic device.
Correct.
It's not like you're cutting out anybody on the AM or the FM or
Absolutely.
the XM.
That's not a bad idea, Horse Feathers. For once in my life, I can say it might be a good idea. We will take that into consideration. He had also sent me the story from CDL Life. Someone, I think Saturday afternoon, sent me the photo. I posted on my Facebook page. Your delivery is there. It's a photograph of a Miller Lite tractor trailer that had ran into a home. And the story is the Miller Lite semi crashing through a home in North Carolina last week, completely obliterating the residents. This is in Charlotte, North Carolina. According to the local CBS affiliate, the truck was traveling along Sugar Creek Road when it somehow jumped the curb and crashed into the home. Thankfully, the residents of the house were not home at the time. Truck driver suffered only minor injuries. Neighbors say the sound of the impact was so loud it shook the entire neighborhood. One neighbor said, "I was very nervous, but they were okay. I'm just glad nobody got hurt." Cause of the wreck still not clear. It's unknown if the driver's actually going to be charged, but the home itself was deemed unsafe to enter. That's how much significant structural damage had occurred. So the family can't even go back in and live in their home for fear that the whole damn house might collapse. Okay. Here's your load of Miller Lite, Steve. Thank you so much. All right, who's next up here? Well, there he is, old Knucklebuster. What's going on?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Hey, Horse Feathers, he's always talking that bad weather, brother. That's just part of life for him there, but I'm glad he tells us about it anyway. Steve Joe I think, is going to be just like that Do Nothing Slick Willie. I mean, he didn't do anything when it comes to protecting this country. But the scary thing it may be with his dementia, he might just do one of them here, hold my beer while I do something stupid, So,
you gotta wonder, Yep.
All right, let's get to the real part here. Number 7, and then he retires. That's what I'm predicting. I ain't bet no money yet, and I ain't lost nothing yet, so I'm doing all right there.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I'm gonna pick TB and TB12 in the Super Bowl over Mahomes and Kansas City. So I read today, Steve, out here in Oklahoma, they are going to have a Bigfoot hunting season. You got to trap it, and they'll give you a $25,000 bounty if you can catch it alive. There, right?
Boy, so so you got to catch a Bigfoot.
Yeah, they claim he's out here somewhere. I don't know. I ain't never seen him. I've been all over this country. I ain't never seen no Bigfoot.
For as many years as they've talked about Bigfoot, Knucklebuster, Bigfoot would be getting mighty old by now, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. He would have to be older than me and you. So,
exactly.
I mean, he's been around as long as I can remember, right?
Yeah.
I got a deal for Spaceman here, too. This inventor, he come up with airbags, jeans for motorcycle riders.
I saw that.
You a link to it
I see that.
Yeah. said it works just like the one in the cars. Are they going to do a recall on your jeans now?
Well, good point.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'd hate to be wearing them things and they explode, you know. But it's been a tough weekend on me, Steve. I had 9 girls at a sleepover with my granddaughter last night. I didn't get any sleep at all, but I haven't been inside my camper yet either. That's what they use for the party. So Mama Knucklebuster told me I just get to go in there next weekend and clean it up, right? She's not going to do it. Yep, my brother-in-law, he came down with COVID today, so I told him, you stay as far away from me as you can there, so. And he lives about 100 miles away from me, so I'm good to go right now.
There you go.
And that'll be all of my that'll be all of my old baloney for right now there. I might check in a little later on. I got to be up all night.
Well, we'll be here trying to keep you company. And, if I start begging, feel free to dial us back up because, as Horse Feathers mentioned, a lot of times Sunday night into Monday morning, if there's a slower night when it comes to doing an all-night show, Sunday night's typically the one. But he mentioned, I saw this on the morning news this past day, the airbags for motorcyclists. It's jeans that are fitted with airbags that go down the sides of each of your legs. The designer, he partnered with Harley Davidson of Sweden 16 years ago. This latest invention is using similar technology to the airbag vests that are currently on the market to protect a rider's chest, back, and neck in the event of a crash. They did a demonstration and a YouTube video posted to the official account of his motorcycle brand. They're kind of tethered to the rider's motorcycle. And if the tether is pulled loose, aka the driver comes off the bike, the airbags deploy up and down the legs to cushion the impact. And of course, many times when a rider comes off, you see that they call it the road rash, where a pair of jeans don't necessarily offer a whole lot of protection. It's literally ripping all the skin off, rips the hide off the rider's legs and derriere and their back and everything. So there's only one prototype inside Sweden AB jeans that currently exist, but they're in the process of getting these things certified to European Union health and safety standards. They're hoping to have them on the market maybe sometime next year. But, any sort of modern technology to assist the many bikers out there. Pretty nifty technology. So I guess it's kind of like nowadays most of your riding tractors and whatnot have the automatic, the safety device. If your butt comes out of the seat, the tractor automatically shuts down. In this case, if you come out of the seat and come off the bike, the tether's the ripcord pulls and immediately deploys those airbags up and down the legs. So modern technology. Who's next up here? It's 844-844-3388, about 10 before the hour. And he likes to call himself the Adonis of trucking. Hello, Army.
That's official because, Hollywood left the business. I mean, Uncle Hollywood. So, and then California Maverick's gone. So who becomes the Adonis of trucking? It's little old me.
There you go.
I mean, well, not really little, more pear-shaped than ever. Airbag jeans, they ought to fit those into the butt and send a pair to Joe Biden and hook them up to, basically, so if he makes any sudden stops, I don't have to surgically remove half of Congress and most of his cabinet from his butt.
Yeah, there you go.
So I guess you had a great weekend, lots of sleep.
Obviously, you slept through the playoffs, so did I. Did you get to listen to any Ozzy Osbourne?
I didn't. No Ozzy this weekend. No.
Damn. Yeah, I got to listen to a little. I got an idea for Congress. Don't even think about a 68-mile-an-hour speed limiter. How about roll back the hours of service, get rid of that stupid half-hour break rule, in addition to the other things that OIDA suggested. And no, I don't want, if Bernie became the weekend guy, I think I would probably end up like crashing into a tree, because the way he talks just, I don't know, it might keep me awake because his voice annoys me that much.
Mm-hmm.
But I do have a suggestion. You didn't like him that much, but the audience did back in the day. Bubba Bo, I don't even know if he does radio anymore or if he's around, but Bubba Bo would be a good candidate. He had a good following.
Yeah, he's got his own gig going. He does full-time. He does a morning show over in Indiana.
Oh, he's okay. So he's still doing that, the FM rocker over there.
Yeah, I think it's country.
Okay.
Yep.
Well,
yep.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I thought he was on an FM rocker over there. I can't remember. I couldn't remember. But okay. I just, suggestion. Stupid idea, but hey, what the hell? He did have a following. And it was fun. I was in the studio with him one night. And it was, well, let's just say chuckles and guffaws were had by all. Until I let one in the studio, in which case the chuckles and guffaws became joking and laughter.
Good golly. The hell's wrong with you, Army?
I couldn't help it. What do you want me to do? Put a fan under my butt?
Get out and leave the room, It's like you don't fart when you're in an elevator full of people, nor do you do it when you're in a room full of people.
It's even more fun in a radio studio live on the air, because what are you going to do? Everybody starts choking on it, so you got to talk about it. And then you got all the audience out there in listener land, and they're in on it laughing, because they can imagine they're sitting in the truck farting, and what worse is when you let one in the truck and it's your trainer and you got to blow the windows down to let the thing out, because it's like that bad and your eyes are watering and it's 10 below zero outside. So you got to choose between that level of discomfort or this level of discomfort. Which is worse? I think I'll suffer the 10 degrees below zero weather.
I remember the video a couple of years ago. There was a trucker and a trainee, and the trainer had gone into the truck stop, and the guy had one of those cans of fart spray. So he's getting it all on tape. He sees his trainer coming out, and he gives a big spray of that fart spray in the truck. And when the guy gets in, it's like it's hilarious. The trainer's like, "What crawled in you and died? What the hell's wrong with you?" And he goes on and on and on. It was all fake, but that was funny. Hey, about 5 before the hour, got a couple lines open. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Hey, something we want to talk about, and maybe Wheelchair Dave will be checking in at some point this week. Yeah, he was letting us know about the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona coming up next weekend. And it's kind of hard to believe NASCAR will be making its grand return here in a few weeks. And the drag racing season kicks off with the U.S. Street Nationals at Bradenton Motorsports Park in Florida next weekend as well. The U.S. Street Nationals has been the start of the professional race season, attracting the fastest door slammers on the planet for over 15 years, they tell us. Yeah, huge payouts, amazing track preparation, and amazing race conditions to start the season off right. With some of the top-tier classes like Pro Mod, Radial versus the World, Pro 275, X 275, Limited Drag Radial, and a number of others, the U.S. Street Nationals has served as kind of the outlaw winter warm-up start of the professional door slammer drag racing season dating back to 2005. For this year, for 2021, they say the event's it's back and it's bigger than ever. Over $100,000 in prizes announced by the world-famous team of Lee Sebring and Brian Loans, and a live stream of the complete event, because it's COVID and all that. Flow Racing has all the coverage. And yes, of course, Hot Shot Secret is sponsoring the live stream of racing action by Flow Racing. And you'll be watching for several Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers that will be competing there at the U.S. Street Nationals next weekend. Something to look forward to, right? But yeah, for coverage, you got to go to Flow Racing. Go to flowracing.com to get more information. I think that's one of those deals where you do have to kind of get like a subscription or whatever to watch, but it's all covered live. As we look toward wrapping things up for hour number one, we've got more on the Keystone Pipeline. Canada's premier is not at all happy with what has transpired. With, of course, that was one of Joe Biden's first executive orders within hours of being sworn in as the 46th president. Scrap construction of the Keystone XL pipeline. Quite honestly, for years, this has been discussed. There may be more truth than fiction to the whole scenario. But without the Keystone Pipeline, that oil from the tar sands there in Canada has been making its way into the United States, been doing so for years. And the way it's been doing it is on rail cars. Someone points out, Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad owns all the rail lines connecting to Western Canada. They haul 80% of the crude from Canada to the Midwest and Texas, or charge other short line railroads a fee to use their tracks. Now, I'm not exactly certain. Statistically, numerically, they say BNSF charges like $30 a barrel to haul the oil, while Keystone Pipeline would cost something more akin to $10 per barrel by the State Department's own estimates. But, of course, BNSF is owned by Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett, who in the last two election cycles gave extensively to Democrat causes and Democrat candidates. He also bundled and hosted numerous fundraisers for Obama. If anyone believes Keystone during the Obama-Biden administration wasn't being bottled up or blocked, he says, I got a bridge to sell you, right? I mean, there's billions of dollars involved in the oil here, but coming up next hour, we will tell you about Alberta's premier, Jason Kenney, who last week said Joe Biden's decision to revoke the permit for the TC Energy Keystone XL was a gut punch, characterizing it as a direct attack on the trade relationship between the two countries. Sadly, this is an insult directed at the United States' most important ally and trading partner. That was a press conference shortly after Joe Biden signed the executive order, halting construction of the Keystone. But with that, we wrap things up for hour number one. Room for you, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we'll jump in for round number 2 here on a Back to Work Monday. And settled in, back to the old grind. Yeah, Horse Feathers is right. Weekends, boy, they go awful fast, don't they? Boom, and then you're back at it. Already into the 25th day of January. Won't be long. We'll be rolling into February of 2021. And look at our travelers' weather. We talked about the big system that's going to be creating a large, disruptive snow and ice for portions of the plains, the Midwest, into the Northeast early this week. Same system is going to feature a swath of heavy rain, which is actually going to raise flooding concerns in parts of the country. This will be the wet, warmer side of the storm. They began taking shape this past day and continues to strengthen this morning. In the south central states, atmospheric ingredients are coming together that's going to allow for strong, perhaps severe thunderstorms erupting across northeastern Texas, eastern Oklahoma, and Arkansas tonight, or should I say this morning. Locally gusty winds, hail, drenching downpours can be expected. From Dallas to Paris, Texas, Texarkana to Fort Smith, Arkansas. You may get woke up in the middle of the night as Mother Nature rumbles through, they tell us. A steady rain and embedded rumbles of thunder will continue to expand eastward into the day today. It's going to be a messy morning compute for those areas, across both the mid-Mississippi River and the Ohio River valleys. A slow go along stretches of I-55, 65, 64, portions of 75 and 81 to start the new week. Although the rainfall may lead to some travel issues, there is a plus side to the wet weather, as many cities along the expected path of this rain have only seen a fraction of your monthly average precip so far. So this storm will undoubtedly bring the monthly departures pretty much back to near normal, or where you should be for this time of year. This is going to help put some cities back on track in terms of average precip for the month of January. Louisville, Kentucky has received around an inch of rain and melted snow as of January 24th. They normally would have picked up more like 2 3/4 inches of precip to date. So you're actually looking to potentially double your month-to-date precip with this particular storm alone. In the evening and overnight hours Monday, a steady rain will continue to march eastward into the lower mid-Atlantic states, as well as portions of the southeast. Steadiest rain may end up lining up along the corridor from, say, the southern Virginias to the Delmarva area, where we'll see 1 to 3 inch rainfall totals expected. Those sort of numbers common across the entire swath from northeast Texas through the mid-Mississippi and Ohio River valleys into the lower mid-Atlantic. Some localized spots along a corridor from around Poplar Bluff, Missouri, eastward over to Lexington, Kentucky, may receive upwards of 5 inches of rain between now and Tuesday morning. That's a lot of rain. Into the day Tuesday, any remaining wet weather from this storm largely will be east of the Appalachians. A majority of the heaviest rain will already have tracked off the Atlantic coast. We may continue to see some lingering showers across the Piedmonts and coastal plains of the Virginias and the Carolinas with this particular storm. And then, as we mentioned last hour, we just kind of wait for the next storm in line of this train of storms to make for a very busy final days of January. All right, let's get back to our calls this morning. Next up, it looks like, is this the Roadmaster Ron, I believe?
Yes, sir. Stevie, what's going on?
Hi there. What's going on? Yep, not a whole lot. It's a Monday, getting back to the old grind.
Yeah, SSDD. I know how that goes.
Bingo.
Got a couple of questions. One, do you ever think in the future it may be possible that, a long time ago, one of the drivers could drop by and visit with you during the broadcast? I know there for a while WLW had cut that out and couldn't do it. I didn't know if you'd ever thought about, but that could be possible in the future.
I can't say for certain. I'm not sure about that. Probably unlikely.
Okay. Another question. Since Joe Biden's, raised his head and spoke and put the big pen to work on us already, everybody can see that this is not going to go right. I mean, can he be stopped? I mean, I figured Donald Trump would have declared martial law and stopped them all, but evidently that didn't happen.
No.
So I don't know what happened there, whether he got cold feet or he was told that if he wanted his family to be alive, he'd shut up and go on, or who knows. But anyway, I just wonder he's already made so much bad decisions in a week that, it's unreal. What do you think about that?
Well, we all too well know, or for those who didn't know, you're learning post haste that elections have ramifications. And maybe some of those, maybe 2 years from now, some of these ardent supporters, I don't know whether or not they were supporters of Joe Biden or just haters of Donald Trump, who would have voted for anyone except for Trump. They may be, I think there's many that are going to rue the day. They're going to be wishing they could have Trump back or some sort of an alternative. So
I don't know it's just everything he does is just ridiculous. It's just like he's trying to ruin everything. I didn't know if there's some way that someone could, some people could step in and say, hey, he's doing stuff not for the country, would stop him. Can it be done?
Well, you just got to remember,
how impeachment's going to go.
Oh, he's being pressured by the left, the squad, the AOCs. They want to take it so much further to the left. If AOC got her wish, the full Green New Deal would be implemented. Now, Joe's trying to say, well, no, we're going to take a few pieces of that, which it's still going to have horrific impacts on the country. But yeah, elections have ramifications, and we're going to witness that, and we're already witnessing it.
Oh yeah, diesel fuel is 75 cents higher than it was 6 months ago. Rates, I can see some rates are all right, and some you can see them starting to cut a little bit. I had this one dedicated thing every night, paid $900, for 200 miles. Now it's at 700, $7.25, $6.75, depends on what day of the week it is. It's already cut that much. Still good freight, but it's just.
Well, wait till Joe gets around to some of his tax policy plans, where Donald Trump was cutting taxes, putting more money in the everyday person's pocket to help boost the economy. When Joe's policies kick in and the corporate taxes start climbing up, and we begin to witness these, they're not going to stick around. They're going to be moving elsewhere around the world, and wait till your paycheck feels the impact of the income and payroll taxes that are going to be going up. I know Joe tries to say he's not going to raise taxes unless you make more than $400,000 a year. Well, according to those in the know, that's not going to be the case. Everybody's going to pay in some form or fashion.
I don't know what to say. I'm just along for the ride, I guess, like everybody else.
Aren't we all? Well, again, elections, as they say, there are consequences. And I don't know, buckle up tight and get ready for a ride, a hell of a ride. You're talking about the impacts. Day number one, I was mentioning the Keystone Pipeline. what's being characterized as the premier of Alberta, British Columbia, as a gut punch. Jason Kenney said he's calling on Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to sit down with the new administration, suggesting that the federal government impose trade and economic sanctions should those efforts be refused. As a part of the broader climate order, the Biden administration wrote that the Keystone XL pipeline disserves the U.S. national interest. All right, in the order, the administration indicated that their analysis concluded that approval of the Keystone would undermine U.S. climate leadership by undercutting the influence of the country on other nations to take climate action. Leaving the Keystone XL pipeline permit in place would not be consistent with my administration's economic and climate imperatives. Now, prior to Kenny's comments, both Justin Trudeau and the Canadian ambassador to the United States indicated that while disappointed with the decision, they're going to live with it. What can you say? The pipeline, first announced way back in 2005, would have carried about 830,000 barrels of crude daily from the oil sands of Alberta to Nebraska. Of course, it would have then connected with the original Keystone that runs down to the U.S. Gulf Coast refineries. Biden's revoking the permit, one of those series of executive orders, 17, I believe, in the first day or 2 days, talking about climate change, of course, re-entering the Paris Climate Accord. The Alberta government agreed last year to invest about $1.5 billion as equity in the project, plus billions more in loan guarantees. As a result, the Canadian leg of the project has been under construction for several months, about 1,000 workers in southeastern Alberta. So not only workers on the U.S. side, yet now out of a job. And I saw the screenshot from Fox News last week where Biden administration says, well, if you were a worker on the pipeline, you can get another job. Just go get you another job, because especially in the COVID era, they're a dime a dozen out there. All right. Lastly, in a statement, Canada's Premier Justin Trudeau said he had spoke directly with Biden about the project back in November, along with others in the government. They had made Canada's case to the high level of officials in the administration. He says his government welcomes the new administration's move to rejoin the Paris Agreement and the World Health Organization. And they also agreed with the suspension of oil and natural gas leasing in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. But, well, that's because that doesn't really impact jobs in his country. They're not a bit happy with scrapping the Keystone Pipeline. All right, get back to our calls here. Who are we looking at? It's 844-844-3388. It's the Beaver Squeezer. What's happening this morning?
Well, good morning, sir. How are you this morning?
Not too bad. How was your weekend?
I am enjoying this show.
Well, thank you.
Well, I have missed you for the last couple nights. As you know, I'm a retired truck driver. And it's my understanding, and you can correct me, that Canada has filed a lawsuit against the United States for out-of-pocket expenses to go forward with the Keystone Pipeline. And is it true that 50,000 people, hardworking Americans, high-paying jobs, have been sent home? Boom. The stroke of Joe Biden's pen. Is
Well,
that right?
I can tell you this. I'm not aware that any sort of suit has, as of yet, been filed, but I know that there had been discussions last week that they were contemplating maybe filing suit in regards to that.
Well, I watch you on Facebook, and you're a very kind man to invite me into your office. I only have, after the 2016 election and all the hate that was spewed against my president, and Joe Biden is my president, but I unfriended a lot of people. I kept 2. They're lifelong friends. And I asked a friend of mine out in California, what is the price of ground round today? Go tell me what you pay for a pound of hamburger meat in the grocery store today. And then tell me what you're paying for a gallon of gas today. And we will revisit this conversation 1 year from today. And I am believing, and especially, I don't want to get into naming names, but I think this is a designed plan. And last week you talked about Venezuela, and it did only take 9 or 10 years to bring Venezuela down. That was the richest country in South America. And I think 10 years from now, we will be Venezuela. I don't think people can afford to feed their families. And I'm on a fixed income. My 401k, I was blessed to work for a company that 401k'd match. So I put $200 a week in. My company put $200 a week in, and I'm reaping the benefits of that. But will it be there 4 years from now? And I do have a family looking at me for answers. Am I making sense?
You're making perfect sense. I guess it all depends on your lifestyle of living, how much you're going to have to draw from month to month or whatever to get by. But you may have to cut back and try to conserve. And I've heard a number of people suggesting, as you said, look at the prices, where things are right now. Look at where the stock market is. Obviously, they're saying look at the price of fuel. And here in a couple of years, we'll do a side-by-side comparison. Only time will tell. Now, your first question, though, going back to the question about the United States possibly, or Canada rather, trying to go after the United States for the financial ramifications of canceling the pipeline. The Financial Post last week did say some analysts believe the best course of action for TC Energy is to abandon the Keystone after spending 12 years trying to get it built and just focus on other growth projects, including those in like natural gas business or power projects. RBC Dominion Securities analyst said in a note that walking away from the project is likely the best case scenario. But attempting to recover cost through litigation, that's a free option for the company. TC Energy did not indicate whether they're going to seek damages like they did back in 2016. That's when Barack Obama vetoed the pipeline. But they have signaled a willingness to pursue other projects. Our base continues to perform very well, and aside from Keystone XL, we're advancing $25 billion of secured capital projects, along with a robust portfolio of other high-quality opportunities under development, they said. Alberta's premier, who we were talking about a few moments ago, Jason Kenney, indicated his government would file lawsuits seeking damages from the United States for canceling the pipeline. Yeah, they took ownership stake of that just last year. He said, I believe this is without precedent for an American administration to retroactively seek to cancel a piece of infrastructure, a border crossing that already exists. Nothing is ever done in American law. TC Energy has been at this long enough that they should know that. International trade lawyers said TC Energy and the Alberta government have a few options if they want to try to seek damages. They can sue the Biden administration in federal court, or they can launch a Chapter 11 case under the old NAFTA agreement. Both are widely considered that they would be long shots, though. A Chapter 11 complaint allows companies to challenge decisions by states, and the provision to do so, that's been grandfathered into the new USMCA, and it's in there until 2023. That means that Alberta and TC Energy would need to file their complaints before that point in time. All right, they could file the complaint under the old Chapter 11 and make a case that this was arbitrary and a denial of due process. TC Energy tried both a Chapter 11 challenge and a federal lawsuit. The last time this was blocked back in 2016, both suits were dropped, though, when President Trump was elected and permitted the pipeline. So they already actually have those lawsuits drafted. Presumably, they could file the same suits and the exact same NAFTA claim. According to one energy law professor, he said both cases would require some updating given the new circumstances, and they could have their merits, but the odds are pretty much against both TC Energy and the Alberta government because the U.S. has never supposedly lost a Chapter 11 case and actually paid damages. Even if it's stronger than the average argument, no argument has ever been successful in winning compensation from the U.S. under NAFTA, he says. All right, we're looking at 29 past the hour. We'll get back to your calls ahead. Lines available at 844-844-3388. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
Back in here. Back to work Monday. Good to have you with us. I'll get back to your calls just ahead. Under the industry headlines, John Vessey's training as a paramedic in emergency response helped avert a greater tragedy in late December in Galesburg, Illinois. Vessey is an OIDA Life member from Oregon, Illinois. He drives for Monmouth, Illinois-based Hirschbach Motor Lines. When he was traveling west on U.S. Highway 34, when another truck passed him in the left lane, seconds later, he said, I noticed there was trouble. Everything looked fine when he passed me. Then all of a sudden, he veered off to the left, then veered off to the right. I started slowing down and realized something's going on here. The passing driver lost control, crossing into the center median. Then it went into a ditch before going about 100 yards into a cornfield. Now, Vessey said he immediately stopped to help the other driver, and while doing so, he observed the driver jump from the still-moving truck. Vessey exited his truck with a fire and smoke now visible from the cab of the wrecked truck. Racing through the field, he extinguished the flames. He then checked on the driver, who had suffered burns on his back and his head. I put the fire out, came back to the driver, checked on him until paramedics arrived. It all happened pretty quick. I've been in high-stress situations before. For me, it was having to take my mindset from being a trucker back to my time as a paramedic. In these situations, time kind of slows down. I was able to react with my previous exposure and training. Now, he's also a Navy veteran who had been deployed to the Persian Gulf. Vessey also credited the driver for his response during the situation. I don't know exactly what happened to cause the crash, but he did a great job responding. Truck driver did the exact right thing by getting the truck into the cornfield off the road to avoid a potential collision or any sort of a pileup. But Vessey received a certificate, a patch, a lapel pin from the Truckload Carriers Association, who has now acknowledged him as a highway angel. The program made possible by the presenting sponsor, Epic View, and supporting sponsor known as Driver Facts. To date, they have recognized nearly 1,300 professional truck drivers as highway angels for exemplary kindness, courtesy, and courage displayed while on the job. I guess you'd say it's kind of similar to what's the annual Goodyear Highway Hero program. So tip of the hat to the lifetime OOIDA member. Well, good morning, senor.
Good morning, senor. How you doing this morning so far?
Happy Monday.
Yeah, it's Monday. I ain't too happy about it. Out here in Colorado on 70, and it's a mess. Sometimes the road is clear, sometimes it's just frosted, and other times it's just downright nasty. So we're heading to Denver, and we're about 180 miles out. This ought to be a interesting trek. Well, I guess I'll start off with congratulating Kansas City and Tampa Bay. I'm not much following into football because of their recent issues with certain people and certain groups, and they didn't like the ones that protect their silly asses from other people that would say we don't want y'all playing. But be that it is. Congratulations to those two, and I hope they have a nice game. I'll just read about it in the funny pages Monday after the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I had heard that that Canada was going to take the Biden administration. I don't know what court they would take them to. Would they take them to a Canadian court, an American court, or is there a such thing as a world court?
All I know is it said federal court. It made it sound like this is that they could go through
Going to be in the States.
like through the whole NAFTA thing or whatever.
Well, I don't know. All I can say is good luck. The last time we had someone this damn destructive in there, we thought, my goodness, there can't be anyone that damn dumb. And apparently Biden has said, hold my beer. I mean, he's done more damage in his not even a week in office. I just cannot fathom the damage he's going to do while he is in office, whether it be 2 years, 4 years, or whatever. And the sad thing is the person behind him just chomping at the bit to get in is going to be worse. So, I mean, if folks had to squeeze their nose and stick their arm out to vote, well, you better have yourself a couple of oxygen tanks, because this is going to be an awful damn long time before the next voting process gets here.
That is correct. Yes. How much damage could be done between now and then is the question.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's off on a pretty good foot of damaging it as far as that goes. And in these unions, I'm a Teamster, but I damn sure didn't agree with any of the union leaders. And, so don't blame me. I cannot find anyone really that has voted for Biden within our group there in Albuquerque. I mean, if they did, they ain't saying nothing about it for the fear of, reprisals. But I mean, for the most part, for everyone that I have talked to, they have all voted for Trump. So there's no hurt in questioning the validity of the elections. Hell, everyone does it. The Democrats did it for the last 4+ years. They just couldn't believe Trump beat their sweetheart. And now to turn around and say, well, you must accept the results. Well, we've got plenty of, cause for concern because there have been so many oddities. And then they want us to make peace with them. Well, let's have a kumbaya moment here. Well, if your kumbaya moment is to reprogram me, so to speak, into thinking that your way is the only right way, then there's nothing kumbaya about it. There's nothing peaceful about it. I'm going to resist, as the motto was for the left when Trump was elected. So, anyways, well, besides driving in and out of damn snowstorms from Tracy, California to Salt Lake, back to Tracy, and now to Denver, there just really hasn't been that much excitement out here, thank goodness. And I am looking forward to going home and enjoying some time off. According to Denver, we'll probably be heading to Albuquerque anyway, so I guess I'll be listening to everybody tomorrow, and then listening to the story of Stellar Electronics. Like I said, I've got a set coming to me, and it should come in with Tuesday's mail. So I'm anxiously awaiting that to let everybody know how I feel about the product compared to the Blue Parrot 450 that I have now. The Blue Parrot has served me well, but if I can get better reception and talk out of that Pluto Duo, then I am all for it. And if it's going to be for the same price that I paid for this headset, that just sounds like to me it's going to be one hell of a deal.
There you go.
So, yeah. So I'll be anxiously awaiting tomorrow's start, and if I make it Denver safely without having to chain up or stop, I'll be sure to give you all a call.
Yeah, good luck with that.
It would sure be a shame if
I think it was
it'd
about.
Sure be ashamed if I got stuck.
Yeah, I think it's 10 or 11 o'clock, somewhere in that time frame, Eastern. I saw Double R had posted that they're shut down on Donner, so he's complaining about the weather. So, yep.
Oh well, that's in Oregon. Hell, I'm good.
Yeah. Well, but
well, he was up there. I was going to say he was up there last week. Talking about the weather, wasn't he?
He was.
That's what I thought. Okay. All right. So, yeah, well, 80 wasn't bad. When we went through it the last couple of times, it might have been a little damp. But other than that, Steve, it is like a desert out there. There's hardly any snow and ice right now. And usually by this time of year, you've already got 5-6 feet of snow on the sides that they've cleared. So I don't know, everybody's going to be hurting for some fresh water come springtime unless we just get a whole mountain load of snow, no pun intended.
Yeah.
But we need a lot of wet moisture out here. Wet snow would be fine. All right, senor. Well, like I said, I'll give y'all a holler and let y'all know if I made it safe for sound to Denver or not. But it's always a pleasure talking to you, senor. And we'll holler at you later.
All right. Thanks for chiming in. And, yep, as always, good to hear from you. Yeah, with this latest winter storm, looking at some of the advisories, let's run a couple of these your way, because I'm thinking with these kind of numbers, accumulation-wise, this is going to be the kind of storm that there will be major roadways virtually shut down, starting with the Weather Service office out of Omaha Valley, Nebraska. Winter storm warnings kick in at 3 a.m. this morning, Central Time, and continue for 24 hours till 3 a.m. Tuesday morning. Heavy snow, 8 to 14 inches for portions of southeast Nebraska. Travel will become difficult to impossible. Areas of blowing snow will significantly reduce visibility. Now, all these advisories say if you must travel, have your winter weather survival kit, have some extra food and water in your vehicle in the event of an emergency. And next advisory, let me see, from the same Weather Service office, just to encounter some of the other areas. Again, total accumulations, 8 to 14 inches. For Nebraska, we're talking Dodge and Washington counties, and Iowa, Harrison, and Shelby counties. That winter storm warning takes effect 6 a.m. this morning. Again, goes till 3 a.m. Central Time on Tuesday. Let's jump down one more. This one covers a pretty broad area. Winter storm warning is in effect until 3 a.m. Central Time Tuesday. Heavy snow anticipated, 5 to 12 inches. This is portions of north central Kansas, central, east central, and south central Nebraska. Heaviest snow is expected generally along and southeast of a line from Phillipsburg to Hastings to York. Travel will be very difficult. Patchy blowing snow, significantly reduced visibility, and this may impact the morning or evening commute. They also expect a period of freezing drizzle before it changes over to all snow. The heaviest snow will be falling during the daytime hours Monday, then generally gradually diminishing Monday evening and overnight. But with the winds 10 to 20 miles per hour, gusting to 30, you will encounter some blowing and drifting snow. So a few of the weather advisories. How about we bump on over to Iowa for one more? Major winter storm Monday and Monday night, impacting much of central and southern Iowa. Snow beginning as a wintry mix spreads further south across Iowa by early Monday and then expands north into central Iowa during the day. Heavy snowfall rates are likely with this storm Monday afternoon, resulting in widespread moderate to heavy snow. Winds gusting to 30 miles per hour will cause blowing and drifting. Some uncertainty of snowfall amounts remains on the north edge of the snow band, where there will be much less snow possible over a very short distance. In other words, it's going to be a sharp cutoff line from the heavy snow to much lesser accumulations. But in the band where you find the heavier accumulations, 8 to 12 inches along and south of I-80, 4 to 9 inches generally north of Interstate 80. So suffice it to say, I-80 is going to see some significant impacts from this storm over the coming day. Travel will become very difficult over the entire warning area to impossible south of I-80. Again, with the winds, reduced visibility, whiteout conditions are possible. So there you go. Some of the advisories with our latest winter storm, probably one of the biggest to be impacting parts of the Midwest so far this winter. All right, get back to our calls here. Got a couple lines available, 844-844-3388. What's happening this morning, Ron? Hey, do we got you, Ron, or did we lose Ron? Says we're connected. Or maybe he dozed off. Hey, Ron, what's going on? Okay, I think he might have dozed off. Yeah, well, maybe he'll give us a call back. I know he was wanting to talk about the whole impeachment, and that was a topic of discussion. I've got to the point where I'm not really wanting to tune into the morning talking head programs, because all it really wants to be, it makes you just want to pull your hair out. It makes your brain want to explode. But in recent weeks, Rand Paul has really stepped up to the plate and been telling it like it is. And he was on with George Stephanopoulos this past morning and really taking George to task, which that needs to happen a bit more often. Rand Paul said there is a great deal of evidence of fraud and illegal election law changes that merit a thorough investigation. It was a rather contentious exchange with George Stephanopoulos. Now, Rand Paul said, liberal journalists are calling anybody that believes the election was stolen or maybe fraudulent is a fool to even bring up the subject. There's two sides to every story, George. You're forgetting who you are. You're forgetting who you are as a journalist if you think there's only one side. You're inserting yourself into the story to say, I'm a liar, because I want to look at election fraud and I want to look at scenarios or secretaries of state who illegally changed their voter laws without the permission of their state legislatures. That is incontrovertible. It happened, George. And you just can't sweep it under the rug and say, oh, well, nothing to see here. And you're a liar and you're a fool if you try to bring it up. You are inserting yourself into the story. Now, a journalist would hear both sides. And yes, there are two sides to this story. Now, according to Paul, Stephanopoulos made a mistake, warning that by coming from the liberal side like you immediately say everything's a lie. Instead of saying there's two sides to everything, you insert yourself in the middle, saying the absolute fact I'm saying is a lie, George. Paul said the election case brought in Wisconsin proved his point that alleged fraud is worth investigating. A federal judge in Wisconsin dismissed the lawsuit filed by the Trump challenging Joe's win there. But in Wisconsin, we know tens of thousands of absentee votes had only the name on it and no address. Historically, those were thrown out. This time, they weren't. They made special accommodations. It's a pandemic. They changed the law after the fact. Now that is wrong and it is unconstitutional. Now, I'm not going to be cowed by liberals in the media who say there's no evidence and you're a liar if you talk about election fraud. Let's have an open debate. I mean, this is still a free country, is it not? Paul agreed that former Attorney General William Barr said there was no evidence of fraud in the election. But that was a pronouncement. There's been no examination. Thorough examination of all the states to see what problems we had and see if they could fix them. Now, I voted to certify the Electoral College votes because I think it would be wrong for Congress to overturn that. But at the same time, I'm not willing to sit here and say, well, anyone on the Republic side is a liar. And there was no fraud. There were lots of problems and secretaries of state who illegally changed the law. That needs to be fixed, and I'm going to work hard to fix it. The media today say all Republicans are liars. Again, George, there are two sides to every story. So for a talking head program that I did not tune into, I would have probably actually enjoyed watching that exchange between Rand Paul and George Stephanopoulos. I could almost see George's eyes roll into the back of his head. You're calling me a liar. What's happening, Big Moose?
Punching holes in the fog up here on I-75 like driving in a cloud.
Okay.
I'm about 35 miles north of Dayton right now. Visibility down about 60 feet. But, yeah, I had a terrible weekend, man. I had injectors go out on a truck, and I spent all weekend climbing around on this thing, and I woke up this morning and I knew it was going to be a downhill week when the only part of me that wasn't stiff was the part that was supposed to be.
Uh-oh. Wow.
Yeah, I'm getting too old and fat to be rolling around in these greasy shops, I can tell you that. I did have a chance to talk to an old buddy, former employee, actually. I drove a truck around, hauled his equipment around for several years. Remember Norval Phelps?
Rings a bell, yes.
The old country singer. Had them, somebody hold me till she passes by and drift away. And he had a bunch of them good songs years ago. I followed him around, hauling his gear around for him there a little bit in the 80s, and I heard I was kind of concerned about him, so I called out there and left a message for him, and he called me, and we had a pretty good talked for about an hour and a half yesterday.
All right.
Other than that, I haven't heard nothing out of anybody. I hadn't heard nothing else out of old Possum Breath. Talked to Tater a little bit this morning. They're on their way over to St. Louis, and I guess it's foggy and raining and nasty and everything over there, too. So guess I ain't the only one fighting the weather.
Yeah, we had some pretty thick fog here a bit earlier, but it's at least in my home 20, it's cleared out quite a bit. But so it must be really thick up there where you're at.
Oh, it is, and I'm going through these little towns that got them metal halide lamps, them old orange lamps out here over the freeway.
Right.
And you get underneath them lamps, you can't see nothing, man. I mean, it's just like a big orange haze. What did you think about our Fuhrer going after Mr. Zuckerberg there at Facebook? Did you see that?
Fill me in. I don't think I did.
Oh yeah, old Biden got his teeth in old Zuckerberg's butt, buddy. He's trying to take that little weasel down. I don't know exactly what the motivation is in that, but I guess caught part of an article there. I think it was a BBC. I look a lot at the BBC because they get better American news than Americans get. You know.
Yeah, a lot of times they do. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he's going after little Zuckerberg for something now. I didn't. I get stopped up here. I'll try to find it again, or if you can find it. But yeah, I guess it was pretty hot and bothered about what Mr. Zuckerberg was going to be doing here in the next couple of weeks. But like I said, I kind of distanced myself from Facebook and Twitter both after they censored Donald Trump, because I figure if they can censor the president of the United States, they can do anything they want to a little nobody like me. So I just choose to not partake.
Well, for what it's worth, be safe out there, Big Goose. I'll try to dig that up on Zuckerberg. Very interesting.
All right, buddy. Well, if you get hard up for conversation later, just say something. I'll ring your phone again, because I'm going to be up all night.
Well, thank you so much. I might take you up on that.
All right, bud. Keep it between the spotted and the solid.
That's what we try to do. All right, that frees up another line. Yeah, room for you. It's 844-844-3388. Let me jump over to a couple from the email bag before we wrap things up for hour number 2. By the way, it's Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Hello, Steve. I want to thank you for all the great years that I've listened to you on your run with WLW. I was educated over the years with all your guests and callers. I never called in on your show, but I enjoyed every minute for the most part. You did have some callers that never had anything good to say about anything and always had negative off-the-wall comments, but there is a lot of hate out there. You know who they are. You know, it's a shame this country has two different standards. I feel our country's going in the wrong direction. True Americans, no matter what party you are, should want to hear the truth and not lies. Everyone's life matters. There's far too much corruption on all sides in Washington, D.C. It's a darn shame. All right. Wish you the best in all your future adventures. You're a true American, Steve Sommers. God bless you and your family. That's thanks again from Steve from Delhi. Thank you so much for listening in there, Steve. Hello, Mr. Sommers. Thank you very much for getting back online. Although not a truck driver, I've been listening for a long time. Found your old show shortly before your dad retired, maybe like 5 or 6 months. I even used to pick up the AM signal in Florida before I got my smartphone. Anyways, ever since iHeart did you dirty, I felt lost. I missed many of the regulars, especially Eagle. And who can forget the famous Monkey Gouger? I'll be listening tonight and every night from now on. Sorry, I missed you the first week. I guess he hadn't found us yet for week number 1. But that's from Jerry in Toms River, I guess he's from Toms River, New Jersey, now resides down in Eustis, Florida, down the Sunshine State. Thank you so much for listening in there, Jerry. And, you know, for all those, I get so many messages like that. I listen all the time, but I never call the show. Yeah, we just spoke with Heatwave a few minutes ago, and he got into a little bit of an exchange with somebody on social media saying, well, why is it the same people call in every night? To which he said, well, yeah, why don't you call the show? And they responded back to him saying, well, how about you? Why don't you call the show? And he said, well, I do. My name's Heatwave. And he said that pretty much ended that conversation. But yeah, love to hear from some of our, For first-time callers. Maybe I should go ahead. Kyle said, hey, if you get a first-time caller, maybe tell them you'll toss them some freebies from Hot Shot Secret. I said, yeah, we could do that. Whether it be the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme or the Hot Shot Secret Stick Shit Eliminator. Of course, if you're just an automobile driver, you don't drive a big truck or a diesel, whatever, we could always toss you some FR3 friction reducer, which is actually good in your gas engines or your diesel engines. So dial us up at 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, my turn again. As we just roll on through the late night, early morning hours, that's if you're catching us live. Of course, you can catch the podcast via the Hot Shot Secret Facebook, the Hot Shot Secret YouTube, or the Steve Summers Overnight Drive via Facebook and YouTube. Can't get the live stream there just yet. Got to get those 1,000 subscribers on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive YouTube page. All right, where'd we leave off there? Going back to early last week. I guess it was about this time last week we were talking about the storm that was blowing into the Pacific Northwest and the winds that were going to be coming. And in some cases, gusts in the vicinity of what would be considered a Category 3 hurricane sort of winds, which apparently, looking back after they've now had a chance to get out and evaluate, and wow, what a path of destruction. Lindsay Stevenson was in a camper, in a van, in Yosemite National Park early last week. When the winds came through, toppling hundreds of trees, snapping trunks in half, ripping roots out of the ground. She said her husband is a U.S. Army veteran, described the wind as 100 times worse than the Afghanistan war. When the sun rose, going back to like last Tuesday morning, a total war zone was revealed, following a terrifying night of nonstop crashing sounds, is the way she described it. Now, the winds known as mono winds aren't unfamiliar for those living in the Yosemite area, but this time around, wind speeds reached higher than normal, in some places in excess of 100 miles per hour, resulting in unprecedented widespread devastation. Hundreds of trees in the Sierra Nevada were toppled, dozens of homes and vehicles crushed in some of the rural mountain towns. Yosemite National Park was still closed as a result of the damage. Much of that reported in Mariposa and Madera counties. Now, there was Wawona and Bass Lake, a little further south, among the communities that were the hardest hit. Many residents still without electricity as of Friday, scrambling to patch up damaged roofs ahead of the impending rain and snow. Mariposa County Sheriff and also the county's Director of Emergency Service issued a local emergency proclamation early last week, requesting state and federal assistance. That was ratified by the Mariposa County Board of Supervisors during a special meeting this past Friday, and will go to the state for review. It's asking for assistance under the California Disaster Assistance Act. Businesses were already in an emergency situation. Revenue is drastically impacted by the COVID-19. So this just adds another layer of financial stress. Madera County supervisor said his county is still assessing damage and had not made an emergency declaration, but he said he was told emergency funds from the state won't be available unless damage to county property reached $700,000. And that Mariposa County's threshold is a bit lower because it's a smaller county, but Wheeler said national forest damage isn't figured into that number. Neither is personal property damage. So financial help for personal property would have to come from a separate federal designation. One resident said total devastation in Bass Lake. He hopes the community gets more help sometime soon. The government needs to get here and declare a state of emergency. There's at least 40 homes destroyed by trees, multiple gas leaks. Thank God we didn't have a big fire or an explosion here. All right. I said the Mariposa County Sheriff's Office shared a number of resources via their Facebook page for those affected by the wind event. They reported trees and debris were across most of the roadways, 93 reports of property damage, and Madera County caused by the wind, some of those considered major structural damage. Tree removal on private property, they say, sadly, is the responsibility of the homeowners. Wheeler said a sheriff reported Thursday night 68 homes damaged by the wind event, just a few in the Bass Lake Basin. 2 total losses, 8 60 to 70% destroyed. They had a 100-foot plus ponderosa down in front of homes in Bass Lake. 40 homes damaged by trees. I mean, a major mono wind event. Of course, later last week, the snow returned to the mountain area. And that's what they were trying to get things patched up, get tarps up and things of that nature to protect from the impending rain and snow. Boy, oh boy. More impacts for the poor folks in California, where they're already, as they say, impacted by the COVID-19 and all that good stuff. All right, it's 844-3388. Get back to your calls here, and I think, would that be Horse Feathers? Got an update for us? What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. I heard you talking about Rand Paul there, and I'm glad to see he's one of the ones that got picked on pretty heavily there when the left was assaulting the Republican, Congress and Senate. He was one of the ones that right in his front yard, wasn't he the one out mowing his lawn that he was pretty much assaulted mowing his lawn?
Yeah, by a neighbor. He was, yes.
Yep. So anyways, hey, talking to that and the voting and that, now, down in Arizona there, is it Maricopa County? Is that the name of it? Because I'm going to say it wrong, and then Army's going to be all mad at me that I say it wrong because I called poor Spirit, I was calling him, instead of Spiro, I called him Spirit last week.
Spirit Agnew.
3 times. And, yeah. So anyways, but is it Maricopa County where Sheriff Joe is from? Down there in Arizona?
Correct, yes.
Okay, well, the state legislature's looking at that county for all kinds of voting issues, and the county's not wanting to give it up. But I guess Republicans have pretty good control over. I don't know if they have the governorship, but they have the assembly and everything down there. So I guess they're really seriously looking into what was going on in that county because Biden won that county, and the ratio from Republican to Democrat wouldn't say that Joe Biden should have won that county the way it should have, the way the statistics should look. So I guess there's something going on there. I don't know if you can bring up anything on that. And listen to you talk about the deal with the Keystone XL pipeline there. It kind of brings back memories. I saw a deal there about John Rockefeller with Standard Oil and Tom Scott with the Pennsylvania Railroad and the issues they went through. And the charge, what Tom Scott was charging with the Pennsylvania Railroad to move the Standard Oil got too high, so Rockefeller built his own pipeline, which made Tom Scott build a pipeline, and then there was a whole type of war go on, and ended up having a big labor problem, and the railroad got burned down, and I don't know. It's a whole bunch of other stuff, but it's just history repeats itself, Your Honor. I hate to see what would come on, but yeah, that Warren Buffett, you don't think he had any politics in there wanting the oil to stay on his trains, do you, instead of going through the pipeline? I don't know. And that was kind of the whole deal with Tom Scott, the Pennsylvania Railroad, and Standard Oil. That he was upset that they decided to build a pipeline and take the oil off the trains, but then it ended up Rockefeller had a lot more to be able to withstand, and he stopped shipping all his oil on the railroad. So I don't know. It's be interesting to see what Canada, if they really decide to squeeze, what they could do to us about that, And of course, whatever's in this new trade agreement that our great President Trump put into effect to get rid of NAFTA, which was probably one of the worst trade agreements ever made in the history, unless of course our new president decides to reenact that. What is that? The TPP or whatever it was over
Trans-Pacific
there.
Partnership.
Pacific.
I believe I was actually thinking about that this past day, because I would not be surprised if the Biden administration, because that was the deal under the Obama-Biden administration. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if they try to renegotiate that or get it back up and running.
And of course, we won't have any problems getting any oil from the Middle East, because after we make another money and jewel drop in Iran, I'm sure they'll be more than willing to send tanker loads of crude oil over to us there when they're our best friend again, right?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, I don't know. Everybody just hold on to your butts and duck your heads, and maybe we can make it through here. And I sent you a text. I don't know. You probably didn't know who it came from because I forgot to put my name in there. But it's always better to fart in an elevator full of people than just be in an elevator with one person and have to do it.
Oh, yeah, because you're a dead giveaway. I hear you. Right.
That's right. All right. Hey, with all that nonsense, we'll let you go and see what you can come up with.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. It's 844-844-3388. Several lines available here. Let me see here. I think the Moose did send me the link to the story of Zuckerberg and the new commander-in-chief going after Zuckerberg. I guess it's come full circle. Pretty amazing that Zuckerberg is no longer like welcome at the table or for the social events with pretty much either the Republican or Democrat Party. Now, he mentioned that from the BBC, before the Cambridge Analytica story ever broke, before Facebook's acknowledgement that their platform had been used to help incite ethnic cleansing in Myanmar, before the WhatsApp lynchings in India, before QAnon and the Proud Boys, Mark Zuckerberg had the world at his feet. So much so, in fact, that at the start of 2017, he decided to tour America. In a post, he said he wished to talk to more people about how they're living, working, and thinking about the future. His goal was to speak to people in all 50 states, to get out and engage with real Americans. It was seen by some as the start of a possible 2020 presidential bid, something he always denied. But his potential candidacy was seriously debated in the press. He had money, he had drive, he had power. Well, last week, Joe Biden took the job that many believe Zuckerberg secretly craved, And in doing so, he completed a reverse metamorphosis for Zuckerberg. A butterfly no longer. He finds himself alienated politically. According to Sarah Miller, director of the American Economic Liberties Project, she says he's not a welcome figure at the cocktail party anymore. And I don't think he's been for a long time. Obama's administration was considered to be too close to Silicon Valley, too close to Facebook. Well, if Biden was ever a friend, he's not now. In fact, the president often uses Facebook as a byword for the ills of a free internet gone wrong. Talking to the Times about a year ago, he said, I've never been a fan of Facebook, as you probably know. I've never been a big Zuckerberg fan. I think he's a real problem. And it's not just Biden. In the days after the election victory, his deputy head of communications, Bill Russo, sent out a tweet which says, quote, if you thought disinformation on Facebook was a problem during our election, just wait until you see how it's shredding the fabric of our democracy in the days after. Apparently, Democrats are blaming Facebook for what happened in 2016. Republicans used the Cambridge Analytica to micro-target voters was seen as a crucial component for Trump winning. Now, some of the angst is about settling old scores. But if that was the turning point, relations are even worse now. Since then, Democrats, Joe Biden included, have been appalled by what Facebook has allowed on their platform. Talking to a CNN anchor late 2019, Joe Biden said, you can't do what they can do on Facebook and say anything at all and not acknowledge when you know something is fundamentally not true. I think it's all out of hand. When you're a billionaire, perhaps it doesn't matter that the president doesn't like you much, but what Biden has a chance to do now is actually restructuring big tech and reformulate the relationship that social media companies have with their users, which could be devastating to Facebook. Remember the discussion of Section 230? That's a small but crucial piece of legislation that prevents companies like Facebook from being sued over things people post. Joe Biden said he wants it removed. In fact, in that same New York Times interview from a year ago, he said he wanted it revoked immediately, which could spell disaster for Zuckerberg. Suddenly, all the things that people post, any defamatory or fraudulent things people say, could now be the responsibility of Facebook. It's almost impossible to see them function in the current form without Section 230. And that's before we get into their antitrust problems. They're right now being sued by the Federal Trade Commission and 46 states for illegally maintaining their monopoly position by buying up the competition. The FTC also said they're looking at unwinding Facebook's prior acquisitions of Instagram and WhatsApp, i.e. breaking the firm up. Obviously, they're going to fight, but Biden seems a pretty willing ally to those who want to split up big tech. He said a couple years ago, breaking up companies like Facebook is something we should take a really hard look at. So no friends on either side of the aisle for some of these big tech companies. All right, looking at 25 past the hour. And let's see, I think we get an update from Heatwave said he would give us a return update. I-70, correct?
Yes, sir. It is shut down at exit mile marker 109 if you were heading eastbound. They've got 3 semis smashed up into each other. I guess they played in the snow, and one of them forgot you don't have brakes on ice. So that if you're heading eastbound, just stay where you're at. You can get off here at, where am I at? Newcastle, Colorado. I think it's at mile marker 100. They got a grocery store up here that says no truck parking, but there's a lot of trucks in here. So if you're heading eastbound, just stay. And if you're in Grand Junction, Colorado, stay there. They said it'll be at least 4 hours before they got that mess cleaned up. And I guess it hit pretty good there at Glenwood Springs. So I guess they're working on that stretch of highway towards Eagle to get it cleared up. But yeah, I guess I'll be sitting here just watching the temperature go up and down outside and listening to the good conversation. And I did hear the tail end of your story about the gentleman saying, he's always the same 5 or 6 callers, and lo and behold, it was me telling him, yeah, I call in. This is what I go under.
Right,
heat
right.
wave. So yeah, it's just a phone call. Some folks have, stage fright, and I can understand it can be a little intimidating when you think of all the people out there that are listening in to you. But I mean, just think of it as a phone call, and you just have a couple of million eavesdroppers listening in on your conversation. So, and I understand some folks don't want to call, and that's fine, But I'm sure that we could learn a little bit more from experience of other people, if some folks would call in and then give us their opinion, whether it agrees with yours, mine, horse feathers, lobsters, or whoever's, big heads. If it agrees, great, and if it doesn't, well, let's talk about it.
Right.
That's that's the thing that the Democrats don't want us to do, as we can see with their constant wanting to purge anybody that doesn't think their way of thinking. And you're not going to have meaningful conversation if it's just always leaning one side.
Yes, sir.
So anyways, but yeah, I'll just be hanging on here listening to every word everyone else has to say. And like I said, if y'all are heading eastbound on I-70 in Colorado, just stay in Grand Junction, stay in Green River, Utah, until we get this mess up here straightened up, because you don't really have a whole lot of parking up here. Rest areas are mainly for the small cars, and that's one of the issues I don't like about running I-70, because it's not very truck friendly. And I mean, after you get past Grand Junction, you really don't have any truck stops between Grand Junction and Denver. I think the next truck stop you will have will be the TA there in Arvada. So I mean, and that's a pretty good stretch. That's at least 180 or 200 miles right there of a not a major truck stop. You have little mom and pop gas and goes or whatever, but I mean, you're not going to find a whole lot of parking there. So y'all just be careful on the highway. It was greasy for a little while there, and then when I got off the air with Steve, I guess it was probably about the 90-mile marker, it cleared up, and of course the later said 109 shut down. So y'all just be careful out there.
And you did say it's going to be like 3 to 4 hours, correct? Is that what the word is?
Yeah, 4 hours, and that was as of 12 midnight Mountain Time.
Okay,
so
about 30 minutes ago. Okay,
just dial it. Yeah, just dial 511 to get your further road information, and they will update as soon as that road is open. So.
All right, thank you.
Steve.
Thank you for the update.
Good morning, sir.
There you go, and enjoy the show, as we say. There you go. It's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you on a Monday morning. We get a quick break in here and come back with more. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, I've got a recall to tell you about. Daimler Trucks North America recalling certain Freightliner Cascadia trucks, an issue with steer tires. Yeah, boy, we all know if you're going to have an issue with a tire, you don't want it to be a steer tire. Oftentimes, that leads you to come into oncoming traffic or ended up in the ditch. All right, the recall affects 2020 to 2022 Freightliner Cascadia sleeper trucks with Bridgestone. They've got R284, R268, or R283S Ecopia steer axle tires. It says with a specific air dam, according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. The recall, the steer tires may experience tread separation or blowouts while driving. Even some of our listening friends have run into those scenarios over the years. Lobster was one that ended up involved in a crash with a steer tire blowout. I know all the training they give with the steer tire blowout. I mean, what's the idea? They say you're supposed to actually put the hammer down, which kind of lifts the front end up, so that the blown steer tire doesn't pull you into oncoming traffic or off the side of the road. But boy, everything instinctually for driving is, I had a blowout. You slam on the brakes, and supposedly that's about the worst thing you can do. We're talking more than 4,000 affected Freightliner Cascadia trucks. You will be notified by Daimler Trucks They will replace the steer tires for free. Recalls begin March 1 of 2021. And right along that line, the idea of putting the hammer down, that, we talk about trucks that are governed. Hey, if you're governed at 63 and you're doing 63, the hammer's down. You don't have any play to get any more juice to try to lift that front end up. I know some drivers say they try to leave a little bit of leeway in the pedal just in the event of something like that. But it's another one of the, I would call the hazards of governed trucks. Correct? All right, it's 844-3388, and let's see what's happening with Chevy Guy.
Tim Ward. Thank you for letting me run the front door a little bit. I was running 26 out of Charleston, South Carolina. Oh, this probably, maybe 10 years ago. And I had the right front steer tire blow. It was in heavy traffic, evening traffic. And the whole sidewall disintegrated. And it was like a big rubber band around the steel wheel. And it dropped down. The first thing I did is hit the fuel like they tell you. Well, as I hit the fuel, the tractor started to move over to the left. Thankfully, the explosion of the tire was picked up by the semi-driver sitting next to me. And when he seen me coming over into his lane on the left, he backed off. And, I slowly started to let off on the fuel, and it straightened out a little bit. And then the more I let off on the fuel, it sort of eased over onto the berm. So that hit the fuel didn't exactly work for me. I think I'd have been better off just take your foot off the fuel, and the truck would have worked over to the right-hand side. So when it happened, I did what I was told to do. And thankfully, there was somebody next to me that had my back. If it had been a couple of four-wheelers up your side, it might have been a total different story. So thank God for that. The reason I called is thank you, Joe Biden. It's no thanks. It's sarcastic. But I tell you what, trying to explain to these liberals about Joe Biden and what he's going to do, and all they wanted to do was do a tirade on Trump. And now you just give it to them. And it says 8,000 jobs. I guess that's just on the American side. The 11 million, probably more, formerly illegals going to be looking for legally looking for jobs. Possibly when your kids get out of high school, they're going to have a little competition, and that's even for a McDonald's job, for that $15 hour McDonald's job. So he's proven us right. Everything he's doing, you think you'd give it a couple days, try to sneak into it a little bit. But man, right off the bat, he's doing this stuff. I don't know how I get them. All of a sudden, I get this news feed from New York Daily News, and a bunch of liberals on there. So ever since I've been posting out about the jobs and all this stuff, all of a sudden I don't get anything from them anymore, and that's cool.
Right.
But the truth is, they can't handle the truth. But I'm down here on a radio station, a caller last Friday morning was going off on this lady, Kelly Golden in Charleston down here. Just going off and joicing over Biden and how they stuck it to Trump and all that. And she asked him, well, what do you feel about the 8,000 jobs on the Keystone Pipeline? Well, I ain't for that. Then she asked about the immigration. I ain't for that. And then to take note, I think it was on Thursday, he signed this thing about the when Trump banned the Islamic states that were getting terrorists from them. And that night, that morning he signs that ban, ends it. That evening there's a bombing in Baghdad. ISIS, we ain't heard from them in a long time, but ISIS claims responsibility. And he goes, well, I ain't for that. She goes, well, what were you for when you voted for Biden? Well, he was against Trump. What a way to run a country. So, in all fairness, if you're listening to CNN and you're listening to ABC, NBC, and CBS, you're ignorant. And, I can listen to Newsmax, I listen to you, and we're hearing everything they're saying because we're bouncing off of that. We have to talk about the fallacies to bring up what it's going to take to fix it. And I surely believe that we conservatives, we're absolutely in the full benefit of even the people we disagree with. Mm-hmm. Our conservative way, the best way to distribute wealth is a job. And it's just, we defended the American way. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm still getting people text me, well, Trump's going to pull it out. Trump, I'm sorry. Yeah, I've been telling my friends, you got to be careful what you say because it's called treason. Treason if you harm a sovereign, that's your president, and if you overthrow a government or give aid or comfort to the enemy. So right now, as long as our military the leadership told our military that Biden was duly elected, and the courts already stepped back and said they ain't going to do nothing, there's nothing we can do except for deal with it for the next 2 years till we finally get a chance maybe to correct or hold back some of the nightmares. But other than that, I'm going to sit back in the rocking chair, enjoy the ride, and copy the mail, Tim Horton.
Thank you so much, Chevy Guy. Be safe out there. Have a good morning. All right, last week we had the scenario of a 56-year-old doctor in Florida, I think down in Miami, who had taken the COVID vaccine and 2 days later, how did they describe it? Starting to get spots showing up on his hands and feet and ended up in the ICU and passed away about 2 weeks later. Now, the latest is a California resident who got the vaccine, died just hours later. Authorities trying to find out why. The Placer County Sheriff's Office announcing the death and investigation Saturday. They didn't give a lot of detail. This is in the greater Sacramento area. They were notified of the person's death. The person had tested positive for coronavirus in December and then vaccinated just hours before their death on January the 21st. No indication which vaccine the person had been given. But they do say there are multiple local, state, and federal agencies actively investigating. Any reports surrounding the cause of death right now are premature because, first of all, we have to do the investigation, but our thoughts are with the family of the deceased. An autopsy will be performed today, according to the sheriff's office. I guess, wondering, the bigger question would be individuals that had already tested positive for COVID, how much testing of taking the vaccine after the fact. I mean, for all practical purposes, if the individual had COVID in December, they're supposed to have some natural antibodies and immunity built up for, at least what they say, at least the next 90 days. So I'm sure that's all things they'll be looking into. Was there some link between someone already having had the COVID, less than a month ago, and then taking the vaccine? Or is it just coincidental, or was it something else? But I just passed the information along. What's happening, Pappy?
How you doing tonight, Steve?
Not too bad.
Boy,
What's going on?
Is that opening up a can of worms or what?
Good question.
Well, you know, I'm still going to stand in that line not to take that vaccination. Wow, that's something else. I mean, that opens up another can of worms, man. I mean, what if you got tested and you don't even know if the test results are accurate or not? And if you test positive, do you take the vaccine? Wow. Hey, China didn't waste no time now, did they?
I hadn't got to the meat and potatoes of that yet. I mean, yeah, here we come. We knew they were going to come right out of the box and test Biden.
I'll tell you what, they didn't waste no time, just like Biden just didn't waste no time. I mean, the liberals, they tell you what they're going to do. They don't hide the fact. They come right out and tell you what their plans are. They don't even hide it. It's just like China. Right now, they're not hiding the fact. They fly right over and violate Taiwan's airspace. It wasn't to threaten Taiwan. It's just to send a little message to Uncle Joe, right?
And will Joe come out and say, we, the United States, have vowed to protect and defend Taiwan, which Trump pretty much said loud and clear. We will defend them, correct? We swore an oath to them how many years ago that we would defend them against mainland China. Now, will Joe just sit back and say, hey, that's not our business, that's the other side of the world, let them fight their own battles?
It's exactly what he's going to do. Because they got Biden in their back pocket. He's bought and paid for. Hopefully that'll come out, but you know, all that crap's going to get swept under the rug, Steve, just with his sons, you know. Wow, something else. Hey, I got an idea for your show.
Yes, sir.
We could have like a poll going. You got to call in to get your name in the hat, though. You know, if you call in, give a date, a year and a date that you think Sleepy Joe's going to get kicked out of office and old Carmel is going to take in. What do you think? Old Hot Shots could donate a case of Stiction Eliminator to the winner or something.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, so I would venture that those wagers would run anywhere from 90 days to maybe 2 years.
Yeah, I think it's going to happen before the end of the year. I'm guessing the fall. So
Okay.
I'll tell you what.
You're giving him the first year. That's it, huh?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'm going to take the first pick here. October 26th. Mark it down.
Of 2021.
Uncle Joe, 2021. Uncle Joe's going to be out of office, and we're going to have Miss Harris in there. Quicker they can get her in there. Well, you know what? It kind of makes you wonder because, you know, he's so senile. They could throw anything in front. Remember the old show, Hogan's Heroes?
Oh, yeah.
Colonel Clink?
I see
you
nothing.
Know, they just throw something on his desk, man. He'd sign anything he did, you know. So it might be to their benefit to keep him in there, you know. Just throw something down on his desk, tell him it's purple and it's blue, and he'll sign it. Man.
Wow.
I don't know. All we can do is hang in there, man. You know, I think I told you this about 6 months ago. When the last primary came around and we kind of lost all them seats, you know, I said, man, we had a chance if we could have vote out every liberal in Congress, the Senate, in the states, in the cities, in city council, in county commissioners. If we can get these liberals out of office, this country might have a chance. And I'll tell you what, you know, 2022, I think that's going to be the deciding factor here. If we can't turn this around, I don't know if we'll be able to. I think that might be like the last stand here. Let me ask you something.
Yes.
If you win an election through fraudulent means, is that not overthrowing a government?
Yeah, absolutely.
Opens up a can of worms there, too, don't it?
Yeah, it does. But we're not going to investigate it. Yeah, you hear what Rand Paul said? All we want, George Stephanopoulos, he coming right out and telling him, George, you're sitting there, you're calling me a liar for even suggesting there might have been improprieties. But you don't even want to investigate? You don't even want to see if everything was on the up and up, what the truth was?
They have no interest at all. When Trump first got elected, the night he got elected, what was it, 19 minutes? They were already talking about impeaching him.
Yes.
They were breaking windows out at Trump Tower. All that was going on. Destroyed D.C. after the inauguration. There were windows busted out there. There was some stuff going on there. I don't know how much of that made the media, but they had some problems there the night after the inauguration. But now they want us all to come together and join together and see their ways.
We need to unite, Pappy. We need to unify.
Yeah. Yep, that's what they want. They sure didn't unify, though, in 2016, though, did they? They weren't calling for that. So I'm not ready to unify. Not when their views are seriously. I mean, you hate to say it, man, but they're communists, man. I mean, everything they are doing. Fidel Castro, when he first took over Cuba, one of the first things he did was started a fact checking all the newspapers, right? That's their way of taking over. When they start eliminating free speech in this country, which big tech's doing, I mean, what else is it? How else do you call that?
Right.
That's exactly the communist way of doing things.
You have to control the media, which they've got them in their back pocket, as it is.
Been in their back pocket for a long time. All right, my brother, hang on tight. We're in for a ride.
Buckle up, as they say. All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in, Pappy.
Yes,
good to hear from you. Be safe. What's he talking about in regards to China? Well, Chinese Air Force planes, including 12 fighter jets, entered Taiwan's air defense identification zone for a second day this past day, according to Taiwan, as tensions rise just days into Joe Biden's new administration. Of course, China views Taiwan as their territory. In the past few months, they've increased military activity near the island. Chinese activities over the weekend mark a definite ratcheting up, with fighters and bombers being dispatched rather than reconnaissance aircraft, which had generally been the case in recent weeks. After 8 Chinese bomber planes and 4 fighter jets flew into Taiwan's defense zone Saturday, between mainland China and the Taiwan-controlled Prentice Islands in the South China Sea, a further 15 flew into the same airspace on Sunday. Taiwan's defense ministry said China sent 6 J-10 fighters, 4 J-16s, 2 Su-30s, a Y-8 reconnaissance aircraft, and 2 Y-8 anti-submarine aircraft. Taiwan's Air Force was sent up to respond. Airborne alert stories had been tasked, radio warnings issued, air defense missile systems deployed to monitor the activity. China has yet to comment. They've previously said these actions were aimed at defending the country's sovereignty and designed to act as a warning against collusion between the United States and Taiwan. There's your test of the Biden administration. This is likely to further concern Washington, which on Saturday urged China to stop pressuring Taiwan. reaffirming the commitment to the island and their desire to deepen ties. Then earlier on Sunday, the U.S. military said that a U.S. aircraft carrier group led by the USS Theodore Roosevelt had entered the disputed South China Sea in order to promote, quote, freedom of the seas. Biden was sworn into office on Wednesday. His administration said they are committed to Taiwan. And our commitment, they say, is rock solid. But like so many other, whether it be dictators or rogue nations, they say, well, put your money where your mouth is. Now, the United States, like most countries, has no formal diplomatic ties with Taiwan, but we are bound by law to provide the island with the means to defend itself. As I said, China not wasting any time. Gordon Chang responded to that this past day on Newsmax TV. He said, there are a lot of worrying signals all at once out of China. Yeah, for the last 6 months or so, we've seen these increasingly hostile aerial maneuvers. They've gone straight across the median line in the Taiwan Strait. They've also done these circumnavigation exercises, flying around Taiwan with nuclear-capable H-6 bombers. He was appearing with former ambassador and ex-acting director of national intelligence, Rick Grinnell, talking about the news. China has been increasing their aggressions, including flying bombers and fighters over parts of Taiwan. And at the same time, Chinese President Xi has said the Chinese military needs to be ready to go to war at any second. Also, they mobilized the society. Now, with these amendments to the national defense law that takes power away from civilian authorities and gives it to the Communist Party's Central Military Commission. These are a lot of worrying signals all at once, according to Gordon Chang. Meanwhile, Grinnell discussed a letter sent from former DNI Director John Ratcliffe about the disagreements within the intelligence community on the potential extent of Chinese interference in the election. According to the Washington Post, which published the letter, political appointees in the Trump administration clashed with career intelligence analysts over the extent that both China and Russia may have sought to interfere with the recent election and kind of accused each other of politicization. Okay, what's unhealthy is when individuals, whether they're current or former officials, start leaking some raw intelligence. That's how people manipulate the intelligence for political gain. We got to get to the bottom of why so many politicians keep pushing the Beijing line within the intelligence community, which is to look at Russia. Gordon Chang lastly went on to criticize Joe Biden's move for overturning a Trump executive order to keep the Chinese out of our power grid. That'd be a real intelligent thing, wouldn't it? Our grid is really unprotected in many ways because electric utilities have been very persuasive in making sure the federal government did not impose on them. We don't need Chinese equipment in our grid. I hope that the Biden administration is not actually going to let a Chinese supplier sell to our electric utilities. But as Pappy just said, it's China Joe. We're going to find out. Yeah, the accusations of Joe being in China's back pocket. Okay, we will find out in short order, sadly but truly. With that, we're at the top of the hour. Got a couple lines open at 844-844-3230. 3388. We return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back. Another hour, real quick like, as we get things rolling. As we crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Looking at 3:06 in the Eastern Time Zone. U.S. Department of Transportation is now accepting comments on the Automated Vehicles Comprehensive Plan, the AVCP for short. The plan outlines the Department of Transportation's multimodal, what they call roadmap, to prepare our transportation system for the integration of automated driving systems. Notice was published in the Federal Register on January 21st. Public comments will be accepted for 60 days, so that'll take you to March the 22nd. As reported by the Trucker publication back on January the 14th, the AVCP addresses automated trucking operations as well as passenger vehicles. Now, the U.S. DOT seeking public comments, it's via the Federal Register notice. I know with FMCSA things, if you want to make a comment, you always have to have a case number. And for this particular notice, the number is DOT-OST-2021-0005. I guess they call that a docket number, correct? There you go. With that, it's 844-3388. I think we got a first-time caller on the line. And let me see here. Would that be Trey, I believe it is?
Hey
there.
Steve, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, I'll give Biden 6 months.
Okay.
Biden's gonna be gone. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be there much longer. They'll find something wrong with him if somebody don't take him out first. But no, the reason I hadn't called in, I've been listening for 20 years, but I just don't get to call in because this company I work for got this big old camera looking at me.
Yeah.
And they pretty much get everybody to not even have your phone on when you're in the truck, you know. So, you know, it's just one of those things we have to deal with. You know, I work for the second largest food service company out here, but you got to do what they want you to do, right?
Right. And yeah, having somebody looking at you all the time, you're not the only one. I know of drivers who I guess if they've got their phones on when they're driving, they're getting points, and I guess they get a warning, and you can maybe find yourself getting booted.
Yeah, you get one warning, and that's it.
Okay.
That's it. They call that a final, and you know. And we're fixing to start getting newer cameras that have motion sensors in here. That when you move your arms or make sudden movements with your arms or something like that, it will actually record that.
Wow.
So if you're reaching for a cup of coffee, or they figure if you do that too many times during the night, you know, it will. They're gonna have to coach you on it. It's what they say. They're gonna coach you on it.
You have not entered any numbers. Please.
Uh-oh. I need to enter a number. That's my automated voice messaging system trying to talk to me. All right, if we lose our calls here, you'll have to dial us back at 844-844-3388. Let me see if you're still there, Trey. I think we lost him, didn't we? Okay, we'll have to. That's what you got to do, a reboot thing. I was trying an alternative method of getting it back up and running. I don't think it's going to want to do it. Yep, that's... So with that, we'll look at, let's get to some of these other headlines, and I'll have to reset the phones. And I think Army was on the line, whoever else it was. If Trey, I don't know if he'll get a chance to call back because he's working for a company that they don't want you on the phone when you're working. So, meanwhile, ice coverage on the Great Lakes way behind normal for late January. Supposedly due to the lack of sustained cold so far Yeah, it's been such a mild winter. We've been very lucky, have we not? Well, that's the idea. What kind of ramifications might that have in the coming days and weeks? This winter, warmer than average, the lack of the cold air. And since daytime highs are normally near or below freezing, and nighttime lows normally well below freezing around the Great Lakes this time of year, ice tends to build up pretty quickly. However, many locations have had multiple days above freezing, and even some nights not even getting below the freezing mark. So your ice coverage is like less than 2%. Lowest it's been in a number of years. Lake Erie has the highest potential to develop ice first, as well as freeze over completely, because it's the shallowest of the lakes. Even though this is the coldest part of the winter when ice should be rapidly increasing, right now only 1.4% of the lake has ice on it. Now, while ice was low a couple of years ago, nearly a third of Lake Erie was frozen. Amazingly, the ice coverage was similarly low at this time last year. It was only 1.8%. Typically, by the time we get to this time of year, we would be talking 40 to 50% coverage for Lake Erie. So what kind of ramifications might that have in the coming weeks, in the coming months, as typically when you start getting those cold shots crossing over the lakes, that's when you see enhanced lake effect snows. The more ice coverage you get, the less lake effect snows you see. So I'd venture to say there's probably going to be some major lake effect snow events in the coming days and weeks. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to pop a quick break in here so I can reset my calls so you can get back online. What do you say? Stick around, back in a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
All right, should be good to go. There you go. Dial us back up, 844-844-3388. It might help if I turn the screen back on, right? Let me finish up with our Great Lake story. While there's been occasional shots of cold air, they haven't really lasted very long this winter. When Arctic air arrives by late January, normally the ice kind of acts like a lid. keeping the moisture from escaping the lakes. And this can lead to a downturn in lake effect snow events. The reduction in open waters also reduces the fetch, as they call it, or the distance that the winds blow over the open waters. But the shutdown of the lake effect snow machine is typically in place by this time of the year, by the middle of January. Not the case this time around. Well, with less than 2% of Erie frozen over. So forecasters explain that one could easily argue that some of these early week totals, because we're going to have some Arctic air moving across, especially Lake Erie, wouldn't have been a very impressive had there been more ice coverage. This year, with the lack of ice, there's nothing to hold back the lake moisture from escaping. That means heavy snow events that you'd normally find very early in the season are still occurring and will be continuing to occur. Snowfall climatology to the west of the Appalachians show late fall and early winter that's normally the period where you'd see heavy snowfall totals. Quite different than areas just a couple hundred miles further to the east. Erie, Pennsylvania typically picks up 27.5 inches of snow in December, just shy of 30 inches in January. Snowfall totals in February and March typically much lower, at 18 inches for February and all the way down to like 13 inches in March. So given the pattern, it's just a matter of time. I suspect we'll soon start to see a decent rise into the teens and 20% range, at least over the next several days, because we're finally looking at some cold air trying to press into the region. With the rest of January and all of February to go, ice coverage should increase. On the other hand, with more than a third of the winter already over, it's very unlikely the Great Lakes will freeze over entirely this year, which has happened in some years. So lake effect snow is going to continue to be a possibility downwind of the lakes for the foreseeable future, for some time to come. Devious?
Yay! Daggone it, that old recording must have, when I stated my name, it just looked pretty good, I guess. How you doing, Steve?
Doing well. What's been happening?
You're loving life now, ain't you, buddy? I tell you, y'all hooked up, and we're all happy as the receiving end of your wonderful voice. It sure was nice to hear you a couple of weeks ago. I called in your first night, and I've enjoyed the show. Man, it's how perfect can it get, man? I mean, really, just I was listening to a caller there a while ago. We must work for the same food service company. I guess it was Trey or something, and we're kind of restricted to I'm on the way to work now, but we're kind of restricted to calling, talking, or anything, man. We kind of I don't know, it's been pretty tough for the last few years under that kind of restrictive measures, but hey, it's a good and you got to do what you got to do to survive in this world. I just wanted to make a little statement. I think, man, I tell you what, I'm pretty bummed out, really. It seems like my freedom is being trampled upon. I don't even have, the thought police is always out to get you, it seems, and just not agreeing with a few things that the left is handed down to us. Man, I feel terrible, man. I really do. I mean, I don't hate Joe Biden, and nor do I want to hate any of the Democrats. I certainly don't like their dishonest approach to their opposition, you know?
Right.
I'm not a bad guy. My family is not bad people. And I really, I don't understand why they demonize us, because we have that freedom of choice. That's what I'm saying. I feel like I'm less free. Just the feeling. I know feelings aren't facts a lot of times,
Right,
but
right.
I feel that my freedom has been trampled upon just by this election, and I can't even have I can't even, have a difference of opinion. I mean, you're guilty just by having a difference of opinion. And I don't know, Steve, man, it really is a bummer. I'm going to be kind of a conservative in hiding. I might fake it a little bit every so often. I might even make a statement that might sound a little bit liberal, but you best assured that I am 100% a conservative. I'm not a Republican, pretty much an independent, but I'm definitely a conservative. And I think we're all going to have to go into hiding. This, as silly as that sounds, if you're straight up front being a conservative, I personally think they're going to target us. And if they have any thought that they might have some wiggle room with you, and that you can see their side of the fence and join in, or what have you, you might do a little bit better. But I just want to say, like my wife, she works with a company, and they're all mostly liberals, and I'm telling you, man, she pays hell. They discriminate against her all the time, and the only thing we can figure out is that most of those people know that she kind of supported Donald Trump, and
right.
She paid hell for it. She's been paying hell for it, and they're a bunch of freaking liberal loons, and I don't personally know any other company that does that, but I've heard it. I mean, our company is pretty much blended. It's a food service company. I think most of the suits upstairs are probably pretty liberal, and most of the guys downstairs, and that's in management and on the road, and a lot of the drivers are pretty conservative. So I don't know, man. I don't know what we're coming to, man.
Yeah.
I just.
Well, your wife is not alone in feeling like an outcast for supporting Donald Trump. I mean, look at some of the narrative coming from the mainstream media, and those that are actually calling on employers around the country that if you've got an applicant, and you find out they were a ardent supporter of Donald Trump, you should never hire them. Because to hire them would be essentially supporting, the likes of that horrible, awful man, Donald Trump. That's going back about a month ago. Day number one, as we all now very well know, Joe Biden rejoining the Paris Climate Accord. Quite honestly, I haven't heard any mention in the mainstream media of this, but the story did run in Forbes about a month ago. The day after the United Nations released what was called their Emissions Gap Report for 2020. It's their annual assessment of who's contributing to greenhouse gas and carbon emissions globally. The report had some rather notable information, plus a number of complicated projections that may or may not come true. It claims, for instance, that despite a brief dip in carbon dioxide emissions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, the world is still headed for a temperature rise. But for the United States, the real value in this report was an advisory that we don't even need to join the Paris Climate Accord. The report is evidence that instead, the United States should just keep doing what it's doing to cut its own emissions. the UN shows that the United States is the most successful major country at mitigating its own pollution. According to the report, the United States of America emits 13% of global GHG, that's greenhouse gas emissions. Comparatively, China emits more than a quarter of global greenhouse gas emissions. The U.S. still contributes the most per capita, but over the last decade, the country's GHG emissions have been in decline of 0.4% every year. Greenhouse gas emissions per capita in the U.S. are dropping precipitously, while those of China, India, and Russia are actually still on the rise. With the world's most successful economy, over $21 trillion in 2019, it's not a surprise that U.S. pollutes more per person, but the U.S. is making great strides in changing this. That's from the UN's own report. So what's the purpose in rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement? I would have to venture it has to be surrounding money. Money, money, money. By rejoining, how much are we now going to contribute to other countries, third world countries and others, supposedly that have a long way to go to get their greenhouse gas emissions declining? So we're supposed to foot the bill. We're taking care of it on our end, and the United Nations report bears that out. I don't reckon you've heard that on Rachel Maddow or Don Lemon or any of the mainstream media news, have you? One other tidbit before we get to our bottom of the hour timeout, after which we'll get back to your calls. And lines are available when we hit the reset there. That kind of cut everybody off. So jump on board at 844-844-3388. I guess there's discussion about Ivanka Trump possibly making a bid or a challenge to Marco Rubio for the Senate seat in Florida for the 2022 primary. I guess he was asked about that this past day. He said anyone who challenges him in the 2022 primary, including Ivanka Trump, is going to be in for a tough race. If you're going to run for the Florida Senate, if you're going to run in the state of Florida, you're going to have a tough race. Ask about the possibility of a challenge specifically from former President Trump's daughter, including a primary, he said, of challenges. Chris Wallace raised the prospect of the challenge in 2022, saying, hey, there's been some talk about the possibility of Ivanka maybe running against you in a Republican primary in Florida. The Politico earlier this month quoted a Republican fundraiser in contact with, it was then President Trump, saying her husband, Jared Kushner, is working to promote his wife's political career. Meanwhile, earlier in Marco's interview Sunday with Wallace, the Sunshine State senator said he is opposed to a Senate impeachment trial for President Trump, former President Trump. The first chance I get to vote to end this trial, I will do so, he says. I'll have more on what Marco Rubio had to say about that. He said this, if they're going to, and we're hearing this over and over again, so many saying, you've got Joe Biden trying to say, we have to come together. We have to unite. We've got to come together. Come on. If they proceed with an impeachment trial of Donald Trump in the Senate, it's going to do nothing but further deepen the chasm, the divide in this country. It's going to do nothing to try and unite this country. It's going to the exact opposite direction. We'll return with more of your calls at 844-844-3388 after a quick timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, so on one side of your mouth you say, let's unite the country. Let's move forward. Let's all come together, group hug. Utopian paradise, right? Yeah. Marco Rubio went on to say yesterday, the impeachment trial for former President Trump is stupid, counterproductive. We already having a flaming fire in this country. And it's like taking a bunch of gasoline and pouring it on top of that fire if they proceed down this path. First of all, I think it's stupid and counterproductive. Second, I look back at a time, for example. Richard Nixon, who had clearly committed crimes and wrongdoing. And in hindsight, I think we would all agree that President Ford's pardon was important for the country to be able to move forward. History held Richard Nixon quite accountable for what he did as a result. Trump does bear some responsibility for some of what happened. It was certainly a foreseeable consequence of everything that was going on. All I'm arguing is we have some really important things to work on. We're going to jump right back into what we've been going through for the last 5 years, you're telling me? And stirring it all up again with a trial. That's going to be bad for the country. It will continue to fuel the divisiveness and the divisions. where already people hate each other. All right. Then he brushed aside the rumors of Ivanka considering a primary challenge. He said, I don't really get into the parlor games of Washington. I do not own the Senate seat. It does not belong to me. If I want to be back in the U.S. Senate, I have to earn that every 6 years. It's simple as that. I guess he's got Rubio comes up in 2022. Back to your calls at 844-844-3388 on a Monday morning. Hey there, Big Moose.
Hey, bud, I didn't mean to be one of them callers that keeps calling back, but that fella called in there a few minutes ago about us conservatives having to go into hiding. I'm going to have to get up on my soapbox a minute about that, if you'll permit me.
Absolutely. Lay it on us.
All right. I'll do a lot of things. I'll pay higher taxes. I'll pay higher price at the gas pump. I might have to suffer my wage a little bit. I may have to adjust my living a little bit. But the one thing I absolutely, positively, unarguably will not do is go into hiding. And I'm going to tell you why. Because it ain't these smooth-talking, slick-haired, weaseled politicians that built this country. It was men with hard, calloused hands, bent backs, and the conservative values that's still running through me. And the blood that's running in my veins is the same blood that was shed at Flanders Field and Iwo Jima and Appomattox and you name it. That's the kind of blood that built this country, and the kind of blood that built this country don't cower and hide from nobody. And I don't care what kind of testicular fortitude you've got to conjure up to get that backbone of yours solidified a little bit, but you cannot stoop, bow, or cower and hide from nobody. Even the Apostle Paul was imprisoned, banished to the desert, shipwrecked at sea, and he even ran to the chopping block to be beheaded. But you know what he didn't do? He didn't cower, stoop, and bow, or hide from anybody. And I will be damned if I'm going to let a bunch of limp-wristed, French-tongued politicians try to back me down and hide in a corner somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
There's some things in this world worse than dying, and that's one of them. And they may come for me, but that's fine. And you know what? If I have to go to the chopping block, I'll go smiling. But I'm going to die with my boots on, and I'm going to die with my head up, and I'll be damned if I stoop, bow, or cower, or hide from anybody. And that's all I've got to say about that. Keep it between the spotted and the solid, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
I hope I didn't get you all worked up there and upset, but yeah, good to hear from you, Moose. Lay it on them. Tell it like it is, brother. There you go. Little sermon from the Moose this morning. So, yeah, he had gone up. Earlier he had called about coming through. He was up toward the Dayton area, and he said the fog was, he couldn't barely see off the hood. And he said, coming back through, and he said, it's pretty much, it's dissipated. So there you go. That's good news. So who will go down in history as the GOAT? According to the early line for the upcoming Super Bowl, the GOAT is a dog in the Super Bowl. Kansas City Chiefs opened as consensus 3-point favorites over Tom Brady and the Buccaneers. The line was trending up Sunday night. Some sports books moving to Kansas City -3.5. Now, barring significant line movement, it will only be only the second time that Brady has been an underdog in his 10 Super Bowl appearances. In his Super Bowl debut, Brady and the Patriots were actually 14-point underdogs against the Rams in 2002, a game New England won outright. The Chiefs were 3.5-point favorites over the Buccaneers when the teams met in Tampa during Week 12 of the regular season. Kansas City won 27-24. The rematch in the Super Bowl also will take place at Tampa's Raymond James Stadium. But odds makers don't expect there's going to be any real sort of home field advantage for the Buccaneers. Granted, that'll be their home turf, their home surroundings, but as far as the crowd and whatnot, Brady led Tampa Bay to the franchise's second Super Bowl appearance, holding off Green Bay yesterday, 31-26. In the NFC Championship game at 43 years old. He will be the oldest player ever to play in a Super Bowl. And he's got some bookmakers in an expensive spot. The Buccaneers winning the Super Bowl would be the worst-case scenario for several sports books. Early last year, Tampa Bay could be found at 50-1 to win the Super Bowl. Bets on the Buccaneers started increasing in March when buzz about Brady leaving New England for Tampa Bay started picking up. After Brady's signing was official, the Bucs' Super Bowl odds improved to about 16-1. But the money continued to pour in on the Tampa Bay at the varying sports books. Entering the season, more money had been bet on the Buccaneers to win the Super Bowl than was bet on any other team at multiple sport books. FanDuel's liability on Tampa Bay at that point in time was 4 times greater than any other team. Wow. The Chiefs eventually overtook the Bucs at the betting windows, attracting more bets and more money, but the liability on Tampa did not dwindle much. DraftKings said their book is starting at a 7-figure loss on the features market if the Buccaneers actually win on February 7th. The Bucs are our worst result and have been all year, according to the vice president of trading for BetMGM this past day. The Chiefs, the defending champs, opened at 7-1 to win the Super Bowl last February at Caesars Sportsbook. The favored team is 35-19 straight up in the 54 Super Bowls. All right, so I guess the sports books I guess they're going to be praying for Kansas City to take down Tom Brady and the Buccaneers here in a couple of weeks. Wow, about 17 before the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. What's happening this morning, Buster?
Good morning, Steve. Well, man, I didn't get to watch most of the Green Bay game because I kept turning it over and I kept being behind. And so I let getting a cat nap. So I missed it for 2 hours, but I woke up and been with you ever since, brother. And that moves, brother. I mean, that needs to be recorded and used as a promo or something. That's inspiring to hear a great American. Thank you very much, Boost.
Yeah, that was quite the call. Yes, he was on fire, wasn't he?
Well, listen, a friend of mine, as a delivery driver, I bought acreage up in Idaho in the 1990s. Bo Greitz had a community up there. I got a phone call a week ago today, and the guy wants to buy my 3 acres. And it's a community based on God, country, and the Constitution. It's a covenant community. And I really don't want to sell. I want to be up there whenever I decide to retire, even if it's a lot. So a boy from here in Tennessee is now working for Buster Brown up in Missoula. And I think he's interested in buying. I said, I just want to have a place to go up there. If I could be with another brother teamster, that would sit by well, because I ain't going to be in no nursing home when I get to be a younger person.
Right.
So anyway, I'm flying up there. I made a reservation Saturday, and I was going to wear my Donald Trump shirt. But I didn't know what reaction I would get. But after hearing the news, the only thing I thought about doing was getting me a T-shirt made up about the election fraud. When I heard you talking about 150 this morning, that'd be enough said to stir up some fake person to get confrontational with you at the airport. You know, I mean, they don't want. They got your face covered with a mask, and they don't like shirts. I get my dirty package card back and write things like "I love Trump" or Biden's loser, and that stuff gets wiped off when I'm going in and out of Kroger's or Walgreens or something. I mean, they're out there, man. They're in your face, or anything you do to, if you're nonverbal, to confront you because your ideology, you know, as a person who has civics, that it's a rule of law, and that got taken away from us because this Chinese virus. It's we got to stress in every state voting law to be uniform, like Tennessee or like Florida. As Florida went through the Al Gore deal, it's a no-brainer. And then what breaks your heart in this deal was that 2 or 3 of those state houses where Republicans ran, and they couldn't put enough mustard in their fight in the court system to overturn what you said this morning about Wisconsin. That really breaks my heart, the votes. So enough said on that. And I'm telling you, if Tom Brady does win it, my buddy who's in Nashville, I bought him a ticket at Sioux City at the Hard Rock Cafe back in July. That was his birthday present. So I'll be curious to see what his odds are. I'm going to have to ask him, was his 16-1 on Tampa Bay, or because it was after he took the job, but I'm happy for him because mine was Green Bay, so I got knocked out today. So I'll be curious to hear all about it. But let us know how we can support you. We still like to have bumper stickers, or I'll go to the website. But good luck on giving us some product line of Top Secret or Hot Secret, because I'm as a 4-wheeler. But I would be talking to my guys in the mechanic shop and see what countries they're using at Buster Brown Institute, and that would be interesting to see what they use for their friction and injections. I'll get back to you on that.
That's great.
All right, man. God bless you.
Very good. Yeah, because the stiction eliminator and the FR3 friction eliminator can all those can be used in gas.
Thank you.
And diesel. All right. All
Appreciate
right.
it, brother.
Thank you so much, Buster. Appreciate you checking in. All right. It's 844-844-3388. I think I might have hung up on Dan there when I was meaning to hang up on Buster. Dan, if you can dial us back, that'd be great. And what else are we looking at? So one of the initial moves by Joe Biden. One of the first moves after taking the oath of office. The executive order mandating the wearing of face masks on federal property. Signed Wednesday the 20th, Inauguration Day. Requires on-duty or on-site federal employees, on-site federal contractors, and other individuals in federal buildings and on federal lands should all wear masks, maintain physical distance, and adhere to the other public health measures. All right. For purpose of the order, federal employees and contractors are defined as employees, including members of the military, and contractors, including such contractors' employees, working for the executive branch, federal buildings, means buildings or office space within buildings owned, rented, or leased by the executive branch, of which a substantial portion of occupants are federal employees or federal contractors. All right, Doug Morris is OOIDA's Security Operations Director, and he says this will probably remain in effect for the foreseeable future. On the last Thursday's episode of Landline Now, Morris said some drivers have called the association asking if this means that they have to wear a mask on the highways, but that is not the case, he says. If you're hauling a Department of Defense load to a military base, they will have signs requiring mask use. If you check in at the guard shack, they'll probably tell you, hey, put your mask on or you're going to be refused entry. The order does not specify any enforcement or citation issues. Morris said drivers also need to be aware of any of the local, state, county, or local ordinances to comply with those as well. All right. Joe's. The Safer Federal Workforce Task Force is going to make recommendations and guidance on testing methods, protocols, contract tracing, physical distance requirements, all that stuff, which, again, we're over to a year into this, the whole COVID-19 pandemic. And there doesn't appear to be an end in sight, does there? Okay, with that, lines wide open around the country. It's 844-844-3388. So we kind of head down the home stretch with 1 hour to go. Remember former White House Press Secretary Sarah Sanders? I liked Sarah. She didn't take any BS from the media in her daily press briefings. But what a stressful job, day after day after day. Word is she's set to announce she may be running for the governor's position in the state of Arkansas. From a tweet from the Washington Post this past evening, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, former press secretary for President Trump, will announce tomorrow, which would be today, Monday, that she's running for the governor of Arkansas. She's seen as a leader in the polls and the president's preferred candidate in a Republican state. We anticipate video announcement of her bid. The New York Times confirming that report via tweet, saying Sarah Sanders is set to announce for Arkansas governor in a video going up tomorrow morning. Of course, Sarah is the daughter of the former presidential candidate and Arkansas governor, Mike Huckabee. Of course, left the Trump administration among numerous threats, including public catcalling at restaurants in Washington, D.C. She released her White House memoir entitled Speaking for Myself, Faith, Freedom, and the Fight of Our Lives Inside the Trump White House. Calling out the relentless liberal activist media for their breathless attempts to discredit her, to defame the Trump administration and all the staffers there. So again, she's apparently doing well in polling in the state of Arkansas. Sarah Huckabee Sanders for the governorship. That could be forthcoming. I'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. This is another something near and dear to the hearts of many in this audience, the trucking industry, and that's our Second Amendment rights, which many fear will be coming under fire big time under the new administration. I'd say that's a distinct possibility. We know there's going to be a lot of legislation forthcoming. Meanwhile, it's the opposite side of the coin, the opposite side of the spectrum. Republican lawmakers in several more states actually looking to loosen gun restrictions by allowing people to carry concealed firearms without having to get a permit. Continuing a trend that the gun control advocates say this is outright dangerous. 15 states currently allow concealed carry without a permit. Lawmakers, they tell us, in 9 other states have proposed allowing or expanding the practice. Republican governors are backing the changes in Utah and Tennessee. Another bill expanding permitless carry in Montana has already passed the state house there. Most states require people to do things like at least get weapons training and undergo a background check to get a permit. To carry a gun hidden by a jacket or, say, inside your purse. The NRA and state lawmakers who support gun rights argue those requirements are ineffective and actually undermine Second Amendment protections. Of course, we've been watching gun sales hit historic levels. Yeah, really, we can go back under the Obama administration year after year after year. I remember some of the memes with Barack Obama's portrait on the wall at varying gun shops around the country as salesman of the month or salesman of the year during his administration. All right, against the backdrop, the efforts to loosen concealed carry requirements, according to the founder of the gun control group, Moms Demand Action, this is a frightening trend. It's dangerous to allow people to carry hidden, loaded handguns, possibly without a background check or any training. The proposal in Utah would allow any U.S. citizen 21 and older to carry a concealed weapon, well, without the now required background check or weapons course. The bill does allow gun owners who want to carry a concealed weapon out of state to get a permit to do so after a background check and taking a safety course. Newly elected Republican governor there, Spencer Cox, said he supports the idea. In contrast to his predecessor, fellow Republican Gary Herbert, who vetoed a similar bill way back in 2013. Supporters of the change argue that other state laws against such things as felons having guns and anyone carrying a firearm while intoxicated, that's enough to ensure guns are used safely. I have the right to protect myself. Constitution says we have the right. Why are we putting a barrier for law-abiding citizens? According to Representative Walt Brooks, the Republican lawmakers sponsoring the bill that got an early nod of approval from the House committee this past Friday there. All right, he pointed to a multi-state study that was published a couple of years ago by the Journal of the American College of Surgeons that found loosening concealed carry permit laws did not lead to more homicides or violent crime. Utah does not require a permit for guns to be carried openly, open carry. In Tennessee, Republican lawmakers there are expected to push against to allow most adults 21 and older to carry firearms concealed or openly without a license that now requires a background check and training in that state. In Montana, the House recently passed a bill to allow people to carry their concealed without a permit in most places. Similar bills looking to allow or expand concealed carry without a permit have been introduced in Texas, South Carolina, Florida, Indiana, Alabama, and Georgia. In Texas, where the NRA plans to incorporate soon, where some lawmakers bring concealed handguns to work at the state capitol, the GOP has listed that issue as one of just 8 legislative priorities. Not really gaining traction, hasn't done so for years. So very interesting. A number of states looking to loosen regulations and requirements when it comes to guns. Our final hour just ahead. Jump on board. Let's get on through a Monday morning. Lines wide open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
There we go, get our final hour underway on a Monday, 25th day of January. That's what we're rolling into. Well, a lot of rain and beginning to see some of that transition. Forecasters were telling us as all this moisture streams northward. Big storm system, lots of moisture tapped into from the Gulf of Mexico. We got plain old snow falling in southern, south central portions of Nebraska, coming down at a pretty good. You're in the zone where you've got winter storm warnings. You're looking between now and Tuesday, 8 to 14-inch accumulations. We're going to be talking road closures, shutdowns, all that fun stuff. This big storm. Right now, quite an area of mixed bag. Sleet, freezing rain, snowflakes mixed in down into central portions of Kansas. It's all still west of a line from Wichita to Topeka. That zone in between Wichita and Topeka, though, you are seeing torrential rains, showers, embedded thunderstorms. At last check, I was not seeing any reaching the severe thunderstorm criteria, but lots of embedded thunderstorms from there all the way down through central portions of Oklahoma. Showers to the east, showers to the west of Oklahoma City. Line of some showers and thunderstorms just having passed through Wichita Falls, down through Abilene, Texas. You got heavy rains. You're just locked in, socked in. Southern half of Missouri, from St. Louis to Springfield, on down into western portions of Kentucky. It's raining from Nashville down into Huntsville, Alabama. Most of the heavier rains now north and east of Memphis. But all that activity is trekking to the east and the northeast. And again, the further north it gets, begins to run into the colder air. And thus we have widespread winter weather advisories and numerous winter storm warnings in place for much of the Great Plain, the plains and the Midwest. And actually, they're expanding some of those winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings much further to the east. I see in the last couple of hours they've added the easternmost portions of West Virginia up into south central Pennsylvania into winter storm warning. That's going to be your higher elevations. Outside of those areas, further east, northern Virginia, right on through central Pennsylvania, through the entire state up into western New York, all under winter weather advisories for this particular system. And they're talking some pretty blockbuster accumulations, again, 8 to 14 inches. Places like Akron, Ohio, Fort Wayne, Indiana, Peoria, Illinois, all places that may be on alert for a rather prolonged icy mix with some snow and sleet accumulating as well as the freezing rain. A little further north, the heavy snow expected to develop. We're going to be talking travel disruptions big time across the Central Plains and the Midwest. It's all coming together as we speak this morning. Both the zone of ice and heavy snow should be relatively narrow. Any sort of a subtle shift in the exact track of the storm may change who sees the more heavy accumulations and a very sharp cutoff line. You may see areas picking up 8 to 10 inches of snow, and 30 miles, 40 miles north of that, barely even picking up a half inch to an inch of snow. That's, again, the northern periphery of the storm, a very sharp cutoff line. Which means if you're on one of those north to south routes or vice versa, you may be in nearly impassable conditions. 30 minutes later, you're like, wow, storm's over. So that's what you're going to be dealing with now. The eastern seaboard, you're not going to start seeing things till later on tonight, Monday night into Tuesday. From D.C. to New York City, precip gradually spreads from south to north through the mid-Atlantic starting later this afternoon into Tuesday. So your morning commute in D.C. should be okay. Headed home from work, that's going to be a different story. Some seriously messy conditions around Baltimore and Washington, D.C. Then Tuesday morning all the way from, say, New York City to D.C. Maybe difficult travel conditions there as well. New York City, you might be far enough to the north where the cold air just remains entrenched, where you'll just be mainly a snow event. If the storm tracks a little further north, it may pull in just enough milder air to cause a changeover to sleet or maybe even a little freezing rain. I'm with horse feathers on that one there. I'd rather just give me the snow, the sleet, the freezing rain. No, because, just that little glaze of ice. All right, with that, lines available at 844-3388 here on a Monday morning. And Scooter, hey there.
Hey, Steve. Hey, I'm the one that called in a while ago. What did it say my name was? Trey?
Yeah, it said Trey at the time, yeah. It does say Scooter this time.
Yeah. I don't, it cut me off. I couldn't explain. but anyway. No, I'll give Biden 6 months. I don't think he's going to be in there much longer than they're going to allow him to be in there. I just don't foresee it. But I didn't know how far I got in the conversation a while ago when I was talking about the camera in my vehicle. They're going to go to a different type of camera. They're putting in a camera that will monitor my movements inside my cab, if you can believe that.
Your movements?
My movements. They got motion sensors. This is what we were told in a phone conversation, a phone meeting we had last week, that they were moving to a camera that monitors my movements. And it was brought up that if we're not supposed to eat, drink anything. We're not supposed to pick up anything off the floor or anything like that. They're trying to monitor it now. They call it coaching, but it monitors arm movements and things like that. And if the computer seems that if it deems that it's an excessive movement, it flags it, and then you'll get called by your supervisor. Won't know, what the hell you're doing. And, it's very invasive. It's been got to the point now where I'm just sick of it, to be honest with you.
Wow.
I mean, one thing to have a camera pointing out front, and I wish we had them down the sides of the vehicles too. But when they're pointing back at us, they can't keep drivers as it is, and they won't listen to nothing about that. They just, oh well, this is what's going to happen. If you don't like it, you can go somewhere else. But being down here in Mississippi like this, you don't get too many good paying jobs like that, so you just got to swallow it and go on,
So, I mean, in most cases, if I'm understanding correctly, most of the drivers who've had the driver-facing camera put in their trucks, forced down their throat, they say. In most cases, they say, well, it's not monitoring you all the time. It's only if you have like a hard braking event or a swerve or something that's going to kick the camera on. In your case, it sounds like you're being watched nonstop.
Nonstop. That's right. Yeah, that's pretty much what they were alluding to. And I remember when we first got these cameras. I think it was 2012 when they went company-wide putting all cameras in these trucks. And they told us that they wasn't going to be monitoring us like this. But I had found out that the company that they bought them from give them a 1-year grace period to where they could see what the drivers were doing. Every time it had an event, well, they would send them in and send the video to from the third party to the supervisors, and they would coach you on it. They would ask you, what was you doing, such as this. After the grace period was up, we noticed that the cameras didn't go off as much as they did. And come to find out that the company was being charged $1,200 every time that an event happened and that required a supervisor to be notified. They charged them $1,200 each time.
Wow.
But let me tell you what, that hit them in the pocketbook real fast, and they toned it down. See, because back then they would call you if you were drinking coffee, eating a nab or anything, bologna sandwich or whatever. They frowned on it. But after they started hitting them in the pocket like that, with that being charged $1,200 a pop, they stopped it. So now we're gonna find out exactly what they're gonna do with these. We'll know within 6 months or so whether they're gonna be looking for new drivers, or if they're gonna tone it down again. It's crazy. It's every aspect of life you go into now, you're being watched everywhere you go, everything you do. You're being monitored. And I know I'm sick of it. I don't know about anybody else. I'm pretty sure everybody else is sick of it too. But it's crazy. What most supposed to be. And I'll tell you something else too. All these liberals out here that's trying to get people fired for speaking their opinion. It ought to be against the damn law for a company to fire you for something you say while you're not on company time. It's not right.
It's called discrimination. Last I checked.
Yeah, and they're getting away with it too, buddy. They doing it. And another thing, when liberals tell everybody we're trying to unite, everybody needs to unite, be one and all that, they're not talking to us. They're talking to themselves. They're talking to their constituents, to their people. When they're united, they think they're hard to beat, but they're not talking to us. They're trying to destroy us.
I think you're onto something there, Scooter. In all honesty, yeah. When they say unite, we are supposed to. Those who don't agree with their political views, we're supposed to capitulate and agree with them. We're supposed to turn to their side, and that's the only way we can unite. Just all come together.
Right.
You believe what we believe.
That's right. Just take it. Just take the blue pill and just go back. However you want to do. Just swallow it and go on. But I've been listening. I've been listening to a guy. I don't know if anybody else has been here. His name is Jordan Peterson. He's from Canada, and he makes a lot of sense on what these liberals are doing. He says he's got them figured out, and I pretty much damn well believe he does, because the way he talks and everything about them, it's the way we all feel that it's going down. But some people just can't express it. But by God, he expresses it, and he does it from a psychological point of view. He's a psychologist. He's a clinical psychologist from the University of Toronto. And very smart man, very matter-of-fact kind of a person, And I've been listening to a lot of him lately. He's been getting in trouble with all these liberal reporters and stuff like that because he don't take no junk from them either. And he can argue with them, and they don't know what to think about it. They don't know how to argue with it.
Mm-hmm.
So they pretty much dismiss it. But it's very refreshing to hear somebody talk like that in this day and age. Trump talked like that. Trump would not, President Trump, he wouldn't take nothing from nobody, And that was one of the reasons why we voted for him. We voted for him because he wasn't a politician. He couldn't be bought. And he spoke like we did. He wasn't politically correct or anything like that.
Right.
That's why we voted for him. And I hope the liberals will take heed in that, because if ever somebody else comes out and runs as a Republican that talks like that or acts like that or something like that, they're going to be in trouble. I don't know if President Trump's going to run in 2024. I don't know. But whoever runs in 2024 is going to be looking for his approval. And if he can be a kingmaker to somebody out there, but they better be careful and not cross the line. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
In other words, promise something, then not come through with it.
I know last week there was a lot of talk, right after the Inauguration Day. Trump had made his flight down to Mar-a-Lago, and they were talking about Donald Trump alluding to maybe starting his own Patriot Party. And what do you think of that idea, Scooter? I think that'd be a good move or a bad move?
I don't know. What it's going to do is it's going to divide. It's just going to divide the Republicans. But hell, we're divided now. We're divided now. So what's the big difference? If we got Mitch McConnell in there, that he's not a conservative. He's a money man. He just goes wherever the wind blows, and he says yes and no to whatever he wants to say. He's not for the little guy. He's not for the middle class. And being married to a woman that's her father is big in the Chinese shipping industry, well, that says a lot right there. I mean, it's obvious, But I don't know what's going to come of it. All I can say is just hang on for the next 2 years, and there's no guarantee the next 2 years if we take the Senate and the House, Republicans are going to do what we asked them to do anyway. So, it's just one of those deals.
Well, Scooter, I know you are you're your first time caller tonight, so I took your number down here. I hope you don't mind. Of course, it said Trey from before I lost your call earlier, but I mentioned that you're going to send you out some Hot Shot Secret products to try out their stuff. You ever tried any of their products or?
No, I haven't. I'm willing to. I don't have a diesel. The truck I drive is a company truck, and I'd be damned if I put anything in their truck. But all I have is I got a Honda that I would like to try that on. I got a Honda Accord that's got 358,000 miles on it.
Wow.
And I'm going to try that on there. That's been a good car.
I'm saying, no doubt. Yeah, I can't complain about that. Well, I'm sure they can hook you up with probably some stiction eliminator and maybe some FR3, the friction reducer for the automobile there. So, yeah, we'll be in touch with you on that, Scooter.
Well, I sure appreciate it. Appreciate Hot Shot Secret for having you back, too.
That's right.
We've been missing you.
Thank you so much for chiming in. And I know when you get a chance, feel free to dial us up, like so many others. You got the camera looking at them, stay off the phone and all that. So because I driving a truck, I can see where drivers feel like I don't like the cameras looking at me all the time. I wasn't real fond of the idea when Chris brought it up and said, "Hey, we want you to stream on Facebook Live and YouTube and eventually a bunch of other formats." So. Yeah, I've got the little camera facing me all the time. But at least at my own discretion, when I want to, I can hit a little button here, and it takes the camera off me. If I got to blow my schnoz or sneeze or something like that, at least I can take a break real quick. Lord knows you don't want to see me picking my nose, right? All right. Thank you so much, Scooter, for chiming in. Lines are wide open. You want to jump on board. Love to hear from you. And if you're a first-time caller, we'll do like we're going to do with Scooter. Hook you up with some Hot Shot Secret product, let you have an opportunity to try them out. Yeah, their mentality is if we could just get them to try it, they'll see that they work. And they'll come back and they'll purchase more. And then they'll tell their friends about a product that actually works. You just got to get them to try it. And like so many others, even Q-Ball, Q-Ball vouched for the Stiction Eliminator, which if you're not familiar, the original premise of that was there was the one truck manufacturer that was having a real problem with the fuel injectors failing. And they were failing while the trucks were still under warranty, and it was costing them a boatload of money. So Stiction Eliminator was invented, a formula that you put in the oil that, as Chris to this day guarantees, 9 out of 10 fuel injector failures are not really a failed fuel injector. It's the stiction buildup that's not allowing the injector to move freely, like the piston should. The Stiction Eliminator takes all that burnt up coke and sticky stuff, and all of a sudden, hey, your truck's running like it did the day it came off the showroom floor. All right, from the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. We heard from the Moose last hour. Yeah, and he was on fire. Got an email from Tater. He said, boy, Moose is on his high horse. It's kind of funny, but what most people don't realize, he can get away with his convictions a little easier than most of us. He's about 6'9", 400 pounds, built like a silverback gorilla. I'll call him after the show and settle him down. But great show tonight, Steve. Just made it to our destination and about to make camp for the night. Well, Tater, thank you so much for listening in. I did not realize. So I guess the big Moose being is handled. There's a reason for that. Built like a silverback gorilla. Well, now we know. That makes perfect sense. 25 past the hour. It's 844-3388. Yeah, let's get an update on I-70. What's going on there, Heat Wave?
Well, looks like they is, as of here about 5 minutes ago, according to 511, it is now opened up, so it's a clear run to Denver. So if anyone's out there waiting for the word is go. So we're good.
How about the road conditions? Are you out moving yet or no?
I'm just moving out of the parking lot here. Like I said, I just got the word. According to what I understand from the DOT reports, everything is clear.
Okay.
So no changes are required.
Very good. All right. So aside
Senor.
from a little delay, you are back up and running. But you'll be getting there later than you anticipated.
Yeah, it'll still get there just a little bit later than what it was. So, yep, that's it. Now, if I can only figure out how to get out of this place, I'll be doing even better.
All right, well,
All right,
I'll
Senor.
let you take care of business then. All right, be safe. Hope everything goes well for the rest of your trip. All right, that frees things up. Again, lines wide open. It's 844-3388 here on a Monday morning. All right, talk about the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy. After a year of hearing Jeff Bezos in the Washington Post hammer Donald Trump for talking negatively about mass mail-in voting, conservatives were kind of puzzled to see another of Bezos' company, a.k.a. Amazon, cite, quote, serious and systemic flaws with mail-in ballots. In this case, the online retailing behemoth is arguing that they need in-person voting in order to have a valid, fair election. When the employees at one of their warehouses in Alabama, we were talking about last week, will be voting whether to unionize or not. Amazon has asked the National Labor Relations Board to delay the union vote for 6,000 warehouse workers so that the election can be held in person. Mail-in voting was meant to provide a safer option with COVID-19, just as the presidential election supposedly needed to allow for mass mail-in ballots to be cast during the pandemic. Trump and many of us argued in the months leading up to the election that relying on mail-in ballots is going to make this more susceptible to fraud. He ultimately went on to blame his loss to Joe Biden partly on just that, mail-in ballots. Of course, the Washington Post called Trump's discussions of possible falsehoods or fraud with mail-in voting a foolishade, all a bunch of falsehoods. They said all of his statements on the issue were muddled and dishonest. In the election's aftermath, they repeatedly called Trump's fraud claims baseless and debunked, and even last week saying that millions of Americans continue to believe the lie that lingers. They all joined other mainstream media in calling the 2020 election the most secure election in U.S. history, if you could imagine that. I guess because, well, they said it, so we have to believe it. It was all secure. Now, Amazon also was involved in defending the integrity of Biden's victory, banning conservative-friendly social media app Parler from using their servers to ensure that voices alleging any fraud with mail-in voting would not be heard. So the hypocrisy of Amazon's argument on mail-in voting when the election concerns unionization of their workforce has not been lost on social media users. That's the most hilarious thing I've seen all day, said one commenter. Who knew that voting by mail could be an issue? Oh, the irony. Mail-in voting, good enough for the American people for a presidential election, but not good enough for Amazon. Seattle radio host Jason Rance says it's remarkable that Amazon insists on in-person voting, not mail-in, for workers that are going to decide whether or not to unionize. They're now arguing mail-in election could disenfranchise dozens, if not hundreds, of voters. Another observer said that this is not funny. This type of irony and hypocrisy is not funny. It's disgusting, and it's tearing our nation apart. Adding to the irony was the fact that Bezos' empire's divergent stances on mail-in voting apparently confused the censorship program at Twitter. When journalist Jack Posobiec tweeted about Amazon's argument that mail-in voting was serious or had serious and systemic flaws, Twitter mistook it as being about the presidential ballots, actually restricted the message, and attached a warning saying this claim of election fraud is disputed. They weren't even talking about the presidential election. Amazon's union vote is scheduled to begin February the 8th by mail. Or shall I say was. We believe the best approach to a valid, fair, successful election is one that is conducted manually, in person, making it easy for associates to verify and cast their vote in close proximity to their workplace. So for Amazon, the only way to be fair is in person, manually. Bezos is the world's second richest man. He bought the Post in 2013. Of course, he's battled with Trump since at least 2015. Amazon waited until Biden's first day in office to propose helping the federal government speed the distribution of the COVID-19 vaccine. You know, because if they would have done that when Trump was still in office, it would have been doing something positive for Trump. Oddly enough, the timing prompted conservatives to ask, well, Amazon, where were you a month ago when thousands of Americans were dying from the virus every day due to a slower than planned rollout of the vaccines? To which, undoubtedly, the answer would be, like so many in our nation's capital, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, all those lefties who refused to pass a COVID stimulus package before the election. They would rather allow people to die than have done anything that would make Donald Trump have looked like he was accomplishing something positive for the American people. Amazon would rather allow you or your loved ones to die rather than helping to get that vaccine to your neighborhood when Donald Trump was still president. Yeah, the day Joe Biden was sworn in, now it's okay to help speed up the rollout of the vaccine. Do people see this? Do they not realize? I mean, it's blatantly obvious. It's not about helping the everyday person. It's about making Donald Trump look bad at any cost, even at the cost of your mother, father, grandmother, grandfather, whoever might be in that nursing home where they couldn't get the vaccine there. They'd rather allow them to die rather than make it look like Donald Trump did anything to help get a vaccine to them. That's my take. And we'll get more of your calls ahead. Want to jump on board? Yeah, I'll take your 2 cents worth. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, that would be me. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Good to have you with us on a Back to Work Monday. Yeah, back to the old grind. Yeah, refreshing the radar, kind of zooming things in here. Yeah, the snow continues to overspread south central, southeastern Nebraska. Seeing some of those enhanced radar returns, the dark blue hues. That means the snow's coming down at a pretty good clip. And the mixed bag of precip continues to fill in through central portions of Kansas. Yeah, looking at some freezing rain, sleet, all that mixture of precip all the way down into parts of the Oklahoma Panhandle as well at this hour. But lots of rain to the south and east of the frozen zone, all pushing off to the east. All right, what else do we have in the mix? It's 844-3388 here on a Monday. Looking for additional places to park or maybe grab a bite to eat. Knoxville-based pilot and its 19 Fuel Network announcing the grand opening of an express fuel travel center, bringing 82 truck parking spaces to Eloy, Arizona. The new location off Interstate 10, exit 203. The new travel center features a new restaurant concept, inspired, they say, by the truckers who drive America. Trucker Burger. Are you familiar? Trucker Burger was created in collaboration with celebrity chef Tim Love, who owns several restaurants in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and some other locales, including Lonesome Dove, Western Bistro, Woodshed Smokehouse, Queenie's Steakhouse, the White Elephant Saloon, and more. According to the spokesperson for Pilot, we're thrilled to open a new express fuel and our first Trucker Burger restaurant in Eloy, Arizona. We welcome our neighbors, travelers, professional drivers to stop with us for fuel, everyday conveniences, and the tastiest food on the interstate. Wonder how Trucker Burger stacks up to the Guy's Burgers. You know, when we go on our cruises, Carnival Cruise Lines, a number of years back, they teamed up with and put the Guy's Burger joints, and for so many, that's a favorite on the cruises. Of course, those burgers are always so much better when they're free, if you know what I mean. Trucker Burger right now open from 9 a.m. till 10 p.m. If you're on the go, they call it a vintage dine-in atmosphere. Made to order gourmet burgers, sandwiches, grilled hot dogs, stacked nachos, hand-cut fries, soft serve ice cream, and more. So Trucker Burger Restaurant. Let's see how that goes. Check it out. What else they have there? Aside from the Trucker Burger, again, I mentioned 82 truck parking spots, 8 diesel lanes with high-speed pumps for quicker refueling, 16 gas fueling positions, your typical grab-and-go offerings, the roller grill, the nachos, and that kind of stuff, hot and cold package sandwiches. Let's see, 8 showers, public laundry facilities, and a CAT scale. But most notably, 82 truck parking spaces added in Eloy, Arizona. Yes, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me back, Mr. Steve Sommers. You definitely are Mr. Steve Sommers, a $1 million radio personality, and you are now a $1 million YouTube personality. How about that?
All right, yeah, thank you much. When do I get my first million?
Yeah, I hear you. Just you enjoy that first paycheck. That's all I can tell you there, right?
Okay.
Pilot thing here, man, they might as well call it choke and puke burger, right?
Trucker Burger.
That's what they could. Yeah, they got some choke and puke burritos in them pallets there, and that's exactly what they offer. Choke it down, puke it up. I heard that driver talking earlier about driving in the fog. Well, he just needs to get him a butter knife and a piece of toast so he can put it on his hood out there. That way he has something to cut that fog with and spread it out on there, right?
Yes, sir.
I wear a pair of Oakley sunglasses there. Mama Knucklebuster bought them for me. She makes more money than I do anyway. $300 pair of Oakley sunglasses there. They got some of them John Conley rose-colored glasses on them and some dark smoke lenses, and put them rose-colored ones on for going through that fog. Man, it'll just cut all that glare out there. But let's talk about them bankers there. I don't like bankers. Here's one of the reasons why. We sent them a check last year for the house payment, and it disappeared. So they wanted some more money, but we sent them another one. Guess what they done Friday, Steve? They cashed that check.
Really?
Again. Yeah. Guess what? My house will be paid off in one house payment. I'll be done.
Okay.
Hey, that's my kind of deal, man. And they sent us a thing. They want us to refinance and save money. I'm like, tell them kiss my ass, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess Tom Brady hurt Danica's ex-boyfriend's feelings so bad he don't even know if he's going to stay up there in Green Bay now. So, shoot, I'm telling you, man, that's like crazy. Well, let's talk about the real things here on Biden. Well, I tell you what I was doing there Saturday night while they was having that party out there. Mama Knucklebuster and my daughter were watching his inauguration. So I jumped up there in front of the TV and stuck my number one finger out there to the TV. And then I told her, come on, let's go get something to eat. I ain't going to listen to that mess, right?
Right.
He signed an executive order on day number one that reversed President Trump's executive order to lower the cost of insulin for low-income people. Now, that's pretty crazy. Why would you do that? You're in the pocket of Big Pharma if you do that. And I'm not taking that vaccine. There was 23 people over there in Sweden in an old folks' home that died from taking that vaccine. You ain't getting me to take it until they get the bugs worked out, unless I just have to take it to keep a job, right?
Well, yeah, that day may be coming, Knucklebuster. We don't know.
I know that's right. And I got one of them cameras up there, points out and points in, but they tell me when you set the brakes, the inside part goes out, but I don't trust nobody, so when I put that brake, I just reach up there and make it for a hat hanger, right?
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best thing to do. They got on to me for keeping it hung up there going down the road. I don't know. They're supposed to switch to keep on trucking. I got a brother that works in the office there. He says that he will be able to actually look inside the cab within 2 to 3 minutes and be accurate as to what I'm exactly doing. If I don't have my seatbelt on, it'll send a message to the safety man I ain't got my seatbelt on. You know what I'm going to do on day number one, Steve?
What's that?
I'm going to throw both hands up in the air and say, look, Mom, no hands. Just to get them all excited there, right?
You'll be getting the call post haste. You be ready.
Oh, yeah, that's all right. I got that brother. He's in charge of customer service there. He says they'll just chew my butt a little bit, but they ain't going to give me no time off anyway, right?
Yeah, right.
So, all right. Have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers. God bless you and your family, brother. We look forward to talking to you tomorrow morning, and I'm on my way to Cowtown, Texas.
All right. Well, good to hear from you. Be safe. Have a good time in, where do you say, Cowtown? Off to Texas. All right. So when the person in charge of flagging fraudulent transactions. At an Atlanta area Kroger grocery store went on vacation for a couple of weeks. There was a young employee that said, "Now's my chance of a lifetime." Police in Gwinnett County say 19-year-old Trey Brown stole more than $980,000 in 2 weeks' time. Late December, early January, creating more than 40 fake returns for non-existent items and placing the funds on several credit cards. Apparently, corporate employees notified police after spotting the transactions that ranged anywhere from $75 to as much as $87,000. Brown was charged with felony theft last week. According to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, the teen bought clothes, shoes, guns, even a couple of cars with the stolen money. Police said a large sum of money was returned after he was arrested. Police spokesman said Brown actually had already totaled one of the cars, a Chevrolet Camaro, prior to his arrest. Well, it was all fun, until he got caught, if you know what I mean. What's happening, Larry? Good morning.
Good morning. I've been listening to all the people about the cameras, and, as a safety guy, I'm kind of the pro-camera, but I'm very, very negative on the disciplinary process that's happening with some of these companies. And also the one gentleman is talking about the company being fined because of actions on his behalf. I'm very familiar with 3 of the major companies that provide cameras, and I don't know of anybody that has the ability to levy a fine against somebody for not wearing a seatbelt or some kind of actions. That's kind of crazy for me. But Steve, I wanted to ask you about Hot Shot Secrets. I've been very active with CNG vehicles, especially vehicle fires in commercial motor vehicles. What I have heard, and I don't want to say the name of the company, but one fleet that had about 50% of their trucks that were CNG were not seeing the longevity of the engine that had been previously kind of promised, if you will. Mm-hmm. So I wonder if Chris has done any work with CNG manufacturers or fleets that run predominantly CNG trucks to see what the life expectancy of those engines are.
That's a good question. To that, I would not have the answer off the top of my head, but
I would encourage Chris to kind of focus on fleets that predominantly use CNG. Now, I know UPS is using CNG, LNG. To the best of my knowledge, that's the 2 they're using. And that obviously, UPS is a very large fleet. They would probably have some insight on that issue of the longevity of the engine on a CNG vehicle versus a diesel vehicle.
I know my trash hauler for Rumpke for a while was driving, I don't know if it was, a CNG garbage truck. I know we've got some Metro buses running on the compressed natural gas. I don't know, is that going to be the future wave, or is it going to go to battery, or where do you think it's going?
I think CNG is going to be around for a long time. Rumpke has a lot of CNG vehicles. In fact, they make their own compressed gas right there at the landfill. They recover the methane. The methane gets cleaned up and is used as natural gas. In fact, they generate enough natural gas to heat and fuel over 40,000 homes in the area, plus a large portion of their fleet.
Wow.
Now, you mentioned Metro buses. That's one big thing. When I was down in Florida, Orlando, a lot of their buses are CNG. You see municipalities have gone to that. The city of Hamilton, Ohio, a large portion of their municipal fleet are CNG. They own a CNG fueling station right there in Hamilton. So it's been alive and well out in California for 35 plus years, and it's growing across the country as an alternative fuel. And Steve, I've been preaching that in the absence of alternative fuels, you and I would be paying about $10 a gallon at the pump because there's no competition unless we have some alternative fuels that are viable fuels to use on the roadway. So with that said, my comment about the one company, one fleet told me, and it's a fleet based out of Cincinnati, but they work in 3 states that I know of, Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana. And I'm not talking about Rumpke necessarily, but they told me that they were not getting the life expectancy of the engine that they were first promised when they transitioned. But now they're so involved in it, they're staying with the CNG, because one thing that you can find out, the CNG price, and I cannot remember what it is at the top of my head, but it has not changed at the Hamilton fueling station for 10 years. It's very stable cost. So when you weigh everything out, the matrix makes CNG a viable product. The only downside that I had heard was that longevity of the engine.
Interesting. And Chris may have something that they could maybe put in those engines to extend the life expectancy, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, if he hasn't already addressed that. And he may have, but I haven't, since you've been on the air with Hot Shot Secrets. And by the way, I've been to O'Reilly's Auto Parts, Tractor Supply, and I've seen the products on the shelves. But it's something that if Chris hasn't explored, it might be worthwhile looking into.
Very good. Well, I know
that's all I got, brother.
I know they listen into the program if not live. Chris probably he catches like the replay, the podcast or whatever. So yeah, they'll be getting the message straight from the horse's mouth. That would be.
Well, if they want to give me a call, I can share what I've learned over the last, probably 15 years of dealing with CNG, and more than happy to talk to them and help promote the product.
Okay, very good. That's great.
Have a great day, brother.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And Larry gets to be our final call on a Monday morning. Well, there you go. That'll wrap it up for day number 1. Got the brand new week underway. And look forward to seeing you back here. Yes, actually seeing you back here. Or you seeing me, shall I say, back here at the midnight hour tonight. I hope you'll join us. Have a great day. Be safe. I mean, there's going to be some real issues travel-wise. Use extra caution. We're going to be talking about all the latest when we get in here tonight as far as who has seen what, as far as accumulation. I imagine we'll be talking road closures in parts of the country, maybe some of the major interstates, concerns about parts of I-80 in parts of the country, and where it's all headed, because it'll be headed to the northeast by the time we get Monday night into Tuesday morning. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shots.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but